Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of Full Council. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and the recording will be made available on the Council website for public listening. Could I remind councillors to follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you're not addressing the meeting, writing S in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute rather than raising your hand, and if you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Those in the room without access to Microsoft Teams chat, if you wish to speak, please catch the attention of Nick Evans, who will enter your name into the chat. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be taken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting so we can keep track on whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to recommendations. Members may notice that when calling members to speak, I will refer to them formally using their title, for example, Councillor Jones, so that it is clear who is a councillor and who, by process of elimination, is an officer. I'd like to remind members of the steps when considering motions and amendments which are substantive in nature, as previously stated, and this will make proceedings easier to manage and clearer for everybody, including the public. We have scheduled a break for lunch around 1 p.m, which will be addressed as we progress through the agenda, assessed. I intend on calling regular comfort breaks throughout the agenda. Given the large number of items we have on the agenda today, I would seek members' cooperation in asking their questions, waiting for an answer and confirming if they're happy with the response without introducing supplementary questions. And this will allow us to move in an effective manner. Members have received a late notice of motion outside the usual timescales submitted by Councillor Stitt and seconded by Councillor Wilson in respect of the Bank of Scotland closures across the region. I have considered the matter and have agreed to take this late notice of motion under the urgency provisions set out in Standing Order 15.3 as item 16A, which I shall take directly after item 14. Given the nature of the issue raised and the timetable set by Bank of Scotland for these closures, I would not wish to cause an unnecessary delay in giving Council the opportunity to consider the motion. Before we move to the start of the agenda, I do have some excellent achievements to celebrate, but I will just pause briefly because I see Councillor Karen Carruthers, you wish to come in.
Morning, convener, and thanks for letting me in here at this early stage. I'm just looking for a bit of clarification, really. Every time I go to sign in, the last few times that I've joined via Teams, I've had to put my name into the box and then wait in the lobby to be allowed into the meeting. For clarification, I am using my council device. This is a new thing that started to happen. Can I have clarification as to why that is? I have asked other councillors who don't appear to be experiencing the same difficulties that I am. And it is difficulties because if I get kicked out of the meeting because of poor signal, I've then got to wait in the lobby yet again to allow myself in.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll bring Vlad in, but I believe this is something that we can actually take offline and look into, but I'll bring Vlad in. Thanks.
Thank you, Convener. More than happy to look into that straight after full council today, if that helps. And if there are any recesses, I'll ask Nick to contact you direct, Councillor Carruthers, and try and resolve that.
Okay, again, sorry, just for clarification as well, I have contacted IT because of other difficulties that I was experiencing. So they've told me that there's nothing the matter with my side. I haven't done anything. So if there's been anything allocated, it appears to be on the council side. So just for clarification.
Yeah, well, we'll absolutely take that forward, and I'm aware that obviously there's upgrades happening all the time in terms of council devices, so we'll make that as a priority to investigate following the meeting today. But thank you for raising it here. So, in terms of our excellent achievements, I firstly want to offer some huge congratulations to our very own councillor Archie Dryburgh, who received a prestigious Lifetime Achievement Award at the UK-wide APSI Annual Charity Awards on the 11th of September in Glasgow. I had the privilege to be there with him, and it was hugely well deserved. Archie, who has been a councillor since 2007 and Armed Forces Champion, was recognised for his outstanding contributions to local government and advocacy for veterans. Huge congratulations to Archie on this well-deserved award. I'm also... Archie, come in, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Convener, and I'd just like to say a very well done to all the council officers and councillors who have supported me throughout that particular time, not just in Dumfries and Galloway, but up and down the country as well. It was a very large surprise on my part. I don't know how they kept it for me, but they did. So again, thank you for being there, along with the Chief Exec on that particular night. And Dumfries and Galloway was well represented that night as well, so I'm really pleased with that.
Thank you, Archie. Yeah, absolutely. As I say, a very well-deserved award, and congratulations from us all. That does move me just neatly on to announce that not only was our council named as a finalist in the APSI Overall Council of the Year 2025, which is a testament to the collective efforts of our teams across all services, but we also were named finalists in not one but 3 categories at the recent events, at the recent Service Awards. These national awards honour excellence in public service delivery, and our inclusion reflects the dedication, innovation and community spirit that runs throughout everything we do. The categories in which we were shortlisted were Best Workforce Initiative, recognising our commitment to supporting and developing our staff; Best Community and Neighbourhood Initiative, highlighting the incredible work of Emma Curry, Building Facilities Assistant at Carden Bridge Primary School, whose fundraising campaign raised £33,000 to install defibrillators in 23 primary schools across Dumfries. And this initiative has provided life-saving equipment and training to our schools' communities, with £22,000 raised in just 22 days, and is a truly inspiring achievement. And we also received a finalist as Best Innovation or Demand Management Initiative, celebrating our facilities team for their investment in cleaner, greener chemicals and robotic equipment. This forward-thinking approach supports our climate goals and enables our staff to carry out high-risk and specialised cleaning tasks more effectively, while also receiving digital upskilling. These nominations reflect the outstanding work being done across our council, work that is making a real difference to our communities, our environment and our future. And I'd like to take a moment to thank and congratulate everyone involved. I want to also thank and commend the 200+ volunteers who helped our council deliver the Youth Beats Festival in June. This was a great festival for young people in our region, with a range of events across every ward in the lead up to the 2-day main event at Park Farm, with 20,000 per day visitors in attendance. Importantly, we also had young people delivering the Toon experience, which addresses head-on the issues that face young people in the region, including poverty, mental health, bullying, sexual health, alcohol and drug abuse, with all secondary schools from across the region invited to take part. Next, the Stranraer Oyster Festival 2025 has just wrapped up its most successful edition yet, marking its debut as a signature event of Dumfries and Galloway Council. A star-studded chef line-up and vibrant programmes celebrating Scotland's only wild native oyster fishery, the festival has firmly established itself as one of the country's premier food events. Since its inception in 2017, it has generated over £12 million in economic impact, showcasing the power of community-led regeneration and council-backed cultural investment. Last month also saw the third Kukubri Fringe Festival take place, with 60+ events in 25 venues, including comedy, live music, performance, visual arts, theatre, walks and talks. These were packed events, and I'm sure everyone in attendance enjoyed the variety and will be looking forward to the next year's event. Meanwhile, the Wigton Book Festival is currently underway, continuing its legacy as a cornerstone of Scotland's cultural calendar. This year, the festival celebrates a symbolic return to its roots with a move into the new permanent headquarters at 26 South Main Street, the very building where the Booktown journey began. As Scotland's national book town, Wigton has seen the festival grow into a major economic and social driver, contributing £4 million annually to the local economy and over £50 million since its founding. With strong support from Dumfries and Galloway Council and the South of Scotland Enterprise, the festival continues to deliver wide-reaching benefits, reinforcing the region's reputation as a hub for cultural excellence. Further to note is our first ever Community Council Conference. We were delighted to welcome over 40 community councillors to the Bridge on Saturday, the 20th of September. More than 30 community councils were represented, and we had a packed programme featuring contributions from the Scottish Government, National Lottery and other key partners. Attendees heard presentations on democracy matters, place plans and inspiring examples of community-led projects from across Dumfries and Galloway, and I'd like to thank everyone that took part and helped make the day a success. I'm sure you will all agree that these events are great achievements for our regions and one that we should celebrate. Moving on, as members will be aware, Councillor Scobie has now resigned, and we wish him the very best for his future endeavours. Ward 1, Stranraer and the Rins by-election to fill the vacancy left by Willie will be held on Thursday, the 20th of November 2025. The count will be held on Friday, the 21st of November, with the election and venue confirmed in due course. The formal notice of election will be published in accordance with the relevant timetables on the Council website tomorrow, with nomination packs being available from the election office from Monday, the 6th of October, from 10 a.m. onwards. Members will also be aware that the Council has recently written to the Prime Minister in relation to the ongoing conflict in Gaza, in particular the unprecedented numbers of Palestinian children killed by actions of the Israeli state. All members were offered the opportunity to sign the letter, and I thank the 28 members that did, which calls on the support of the UK government to call on Israel to take down the barricades to allow food and medical aid through to Gaza, and in doing so, save innocent lives who are blameless victims of this war. Lastly, you'll be pleased to know I'm coming to an end here, but lastly, I just want to mention that I am aware of a range of employees across the Council being referred to by name or being criticised in social media posts in recent months. It is important and appropriate to clarify that I have sought reassurance that colleagues involved are being supported, noting that they have no right to reply to such criticisms or abuse. Furthermore, I wish to clarify that the Council as a whole, which includes ourselves as elected members, have a duty of care to all Council employees, and I thank officers for circulating the latest advice note from the Standards Commission titled Advice on the Ethical Standards Framework for Local Authority Chairs. And this helps guide me in my role as Council convener. To be clear, abuse, intimidation and hostility has no place in our working environments, and every colleague deserves to feel safe, valued and supported at work. as members will recall, this council agreed a policy of zero tolerance of abuse to employees at all levels across the council on the 27th of June 2024 and has an active Respect Our Colleagues campaign which I fully support. Members may also want to note that there is an agreed action for a report to Enabling and Customer Service Committee in November on this issue, and I welcome and look forward to the report and discussion at the committee. So, moving on to the main business for today, and thank you for your patience, everyone. Item 1 is our Sedern apologies and the approval of members' remote participation. Vlad.
Thank you, Convener. Morning, members. I can confirm we have 38 members present in total, 18 present in person here at Council HQ, 20 present on MS Teams, and we have apologies from Councillor Hill, Councillor Hislop and Councillor Marshall.
Thank you. Item 2 is declarations of interest. Do any members have a declaration of interest or statement of connection they wish to make? Councillor Dorward.
Thanks, Chair. It's the usual one, voting member of the IGB in relation to, I think it's paper 11. Thank you.
Thank you.
Statement of connection, sorry.
Thank you. We'll get that noted. Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. Similar to Councillor Dorward, voting member of the IJP, statement of connection. Thank you.
And, Councillor Ferguson, you've got your hand up.
Same substitute member for the IGB, Convener.
Councillor Jordan.
Thank you very much, Convener. And likewise, I'm a substitute member, so it's a statement of connection for the IJB. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
The same, I'm a substitute member in IGB, thanks.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you. Yeah, substitute member of IJB, like others have mentioned.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands in the room or online. Oh, no, Councillor Brodie, your hand's popped up.
Yeah, member of the IGB, thank you. Bye.
Thank you. We've got all those noted, I think, and that's us. Grand. Thank you very much. So, moving on to item 3, that's the minute of the meeting from the 16th of June. Can we approve the minutes of the special meeting held on the 16th of June 25? Are members happy to approve? Yes. Thank you all. Item 4 is the minutes of the meeting of 26th of June 2025. Are we happy to approve this meeting? Yep. Thank you, members. Item 5 is the meeting of the 16th of July 25. Are we happy to approve this special meeting? Yes. Thank you, members. Item 6 is the meeting of the 11th of August 25. Are members happy to approve this meeting minutes? Yep. Thank you, members. Item 7 is the minute of the meeting of the 26th of August. Are members happy to approve these? Yes. Thank you, everyone. We've certainly had a busy summer, to say the least, so that's great to get those. So, moving on to item 8. This report provides members with a mid-term review based on the agreed measuring impact framework to support elected members review the impact of the 2023-2028 Council Plan outcomes. Heather Carrigan, our Business Intelligence Manager, Jane Howitt, Business Improvement Officer, and Lorna Meehan, our Executive Director of Enabling and Customer Services, are available to assist members with any questions on this report. And I'll just turn to officers to ask if there's anything they wish to add. No, thank you. Thank you. So I shall open it out to members. Is there any questions anybody would like to raise? I'm not seeing any in the hall. Oh, Councillor Johnson and then Councillor Dorward.
Thank you. I'll just start it off then. it's a very comprehensive report, and it's incredibly well presented. But I've got just a couple of questions that kind of piqued my curiosity a bit. It's page 38 of the report. It was, what's the explanation for the discrepancy between the public perception and our own score for street cleanliness? I've got 2 or 3 of them, but I'll just say them all at once, actually. Page 64, equally, I'm sure I raised this the last time. I find it quite disappointing that our target for public satisfaction with the roads is 9%. It doesn't seem to me to be a very ambitious target. I know a target should be achievable, but 9% does seem very low, especially when you take into account on page 53 of that report as well. It also says we've recruited 70 frontline road operatives. Now, I would expect if we're doing that we would see things improve. And also with the 70 road operatives, are they spread throughout the region or are they located in specific areas? I'm curious to get a wee bit of information about that. And also, going forward, and I'm sure it's a concern that will be shared by everyone, what impact will our budget situation have on these issues going forward? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I think 3 points there, and we've also got Lisa here to answer any questions too. So, Lisa, shall I come to you first?
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Johnston. So with regards to the target of 9%, whilst it does sound low, and we've discussed it previously at one of our Economy and Environment committees, it is significantly increased on previous years. So if I remember rightly, it was below 5% in previous years. Okay, there we go. So from 5% to 9%, whilst it may sound small in numbers, you know, is a significant increase. Target for the team to strive towards. So I appreciate that it perhaps doesn't look good on paper, but the background behind it, I think, is reflective of that. In terms of the spread of our road operatives, they're spread across the region. I mean, clearly the depots are in key locations. I couldn't give you any more significant operational detail around that, but they are located across the region because the road network is significant. So, and I can't remember your third question.
Oh, there's actually another 2. It was an explanation on page 38 for the discrepancy between public satisfaction and our own, I don't know, is it marking our own homework about cleanliness of the streets or whatever?
Me to pick that one up. So that's using the local government benchmarking framework indicators, and it's the Scotland figure that's there to compare against rather than our own figure. And the data is taken from the Scottish Householder Survey. So the questionnaire sent out a random selection of residents across Dumfries and Galloway who respond. So that's where that data comes from. It's their perception of our street cleanliness.
Yeah, but there is a significant difference between the 2, isn't there? One's 96% or something, and the other one's 44%.
Yeah, it's as I say, it's the same people have replied differently in respect of the 2 questions that they're asked in the survey.
So I suppose the simple question is who's right and who's wrong with that. But so we've answered the ones about the... Yeah, that's it. That was the only one. You're right. Yeah. Thank you.
Was the question regarding the budget implications? But I don't know if anybody wanted to comment on those.
I guess, you know, our budget situation is reflective of every local authority, and it will absolutely impact on services that we deliver. But we will, and we continue to strive to deliver the best quality services within the allocation that we have.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dorward, I'll come to yourself, please.
Morning, Convener. Morning, members. Thank you for the report. Again, really well done and easy to read, which is refreshing as well, so thank you for that. Want to focus on, it's page 7, 4.6. We are healthy, health and wellbeing, and in line with Council Plan commitment to prevention and early intervention and inclusive support. we're promoting physical and mental well-being. I think one of the things we're not perhaps doing as well as we could, and it's not a criticism, it's just an observation, is the prevention agenda. I think we're getting better at early early intervention, which is really there. But I think what we've consistently said is an overarching umbrella of prevention and looking upstream to see what's coming, and we're not really there yet. You're nodding your head a little bit. I don't know if you're nodding your head because it's not in the report, or nodding your head in terms of I don't think we're capturing that enough yet, because that is actually changing behaviours and changing the culture in terms of what we do, and perhaps looking at how we manage our young people going forward. I mean, we know that child poverty has decreased, which is great news, but we're still 15th in that league table, which isn't great news. So decreasing is good, it's going in the right direction, but still not low enough. Never be low enough until it's stopped. And also we have something like, I don't know how many, but we know, I sit on the ADP board, that children as young as 10 are using cocaine in this region, which is appalling. No different from other regions, but that's where we are in terms of substance use amongst our young people. So in terms of prevention, what we might want to be doing is looking ahead and down the line, or upstream, or whatever the jargon is in terms of that, and looking at how we can change behaviours in our 5 or 10-year-olds to ensure that they're not repeating the same behaviours as they are now at 10 and 15. There is something that's been trailed on that, and I was at a meeting yesterday with the ADP Children's and Families subgroup as an elected member, and it's called the Icelandic model. You might have heard of it? No? Which involves, I'll send some information to you and also to relevant partners on the Community Planning Partnership Board. You've heard of it, yeah? So it's actually something that encourages, it's not just about schools, it's about communities, it's about community councils, it's about parents, it's about health boards, it's about the council, all getting together and looking at how we can tweak things to change behaviours of adults that affect the behaviours of children going forward. I don't know if that's a very sort of quick and dirty summary of it, but it's one example of a preventative model that we might want to consider going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dorward. I appreciate there was quite a lot of statements within that, and absolutely appreciate your contribution in terms of, you know, the partnership working across that, especially specifically the drug partnership. I don't know if officers want to comment on that. I've just absolutely, you know, clear that the preventative agenda is something that's come up regularly, and at a national level, I think across local government this is recognised, but appreciate, I'll bring officers in to respond to your comments. But Jim, were you looking to come in?
Certainly can do. Thank you, Chair. Absolutely take the points you made. I think this probably sits very much in what you said in terms of early intervention prevention are those approaches that will make the biggest impact. And your point is, I take your point absolutely, Councillor Dorward, that it takes a level of courage to do that, because of course it means you have to look at the immediacy of the need now and say, well, we have to lever some of our approaches and our work and our finance to a longer term agenda. Currently, we are in the initial stages of the consultation in relation to the next 3-year Children's Services Plan. Darren Little and I have had a couple of sessions to inform that plan, and I think we have actually informed elected members of what that will look like. So in terms of an action, what I would suggest, I'll take that, your comments, back to our executive group, which meets next Tuesday, to say that there's an indication that this agenda through the ADP would be something we maybe need to have a look at, if that's acceptable to you, Councillor Dorward.
Do you wish to come back at all, Councillor?
Yeah. Thanks, Convener. It wasn't just a statement, it was a question in terms of what we're doing about prevention, and I was just using the Icelandic model as an example of one example of thinking 10, 15 years ahead to shift behaviours. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll make sure that the action is captured as part of the meeting. Councillor Slater, you're next, and I'll come to Councillor Jameson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's regarding street cleanliness. I must admit the street drains round the High Street and that are blocked, and recently the river flooded, not the river, sorry, the Sands was flooded, but not by the river, it was flooded because of rain in the town centre, which couldn't get through the drains. So people see this every day. and it really, it's been highlighted as well. And these are very simple issues that could be dealt with. It makes our town look better, and surely these drains should be kept clean. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I'm not sure that there's a question specifically in terms of the mid-term report, but I would just remind all elected members that we do have a reported system, and please utilise that. And certainly if you are reporting issues and they're not being tackled, then that can be highlighted to the Directorate directly. But I would certainly encourage all elected members to use the system that we have in place. But I'll just maybe turn to officers if there is any comments back in terms of the report. No. Okay, thank you, Councillor Slater. Councillor Jameson, you're next, please.
Thank you. I'll start by referring to page 69, Education and Learning. My first comment is thanks very much for the significant improvement in closing the attainment gap in literacy and numeracy at primary school level, and quite importantly, something that's concerned me for a while is school leavers at National 5 and National 5 level. Their literacy and numeracy, the gap has been closed. It's not to say that there's a lot of work not to be done, but it shows we're heading in the right direction. That's a great credit to the policies staff, including youth services, etc. The information is quite fulsome, but there's a few gaps. I know we can't include everything in these papers. But on page 69, we talk about young people and adults succeeding what they want to achieve, and also GIRFIT, getting it right for every child. And what I would argue is missing here is the senior phase. If we look at the local authority benchmarking framework, our improvement levels are positive in a lot of areas, but where we seem to fall away is closing that attainment gap in the senior phase, which does stand in the way of children that are from less wealthy families and also have got assisted support needs. I think that's an area of work that we need to work on. Also, early learning and childcare is also an area I think we need to address, and it's identified in here that we're below the national average, but we're consistent. But that is an area of work that I think we recognise has to be looked at, and that might also impact on the number of people that we have trained and able to actually support that service. The question after those points is in positive destinations and also participation rates. Participation rates are just like a wee bit of more clarity on what that actually means. And our ambition is to keep young people at school or engaged in education as long as we can, where it's appropriate. But also positive destinations is a thing our group have brought up quite consistently, is that yes, our positive destination levels are in the 90s, but what is that positive destination? And I go back to one of our guiding principles or values, is that the young people and adults achieve what they want to achieve. And it sits well with closing the attainment gap. You know, are we actually supporting young people who have difficulties, whether that's socio-economic or whatever, to actually achieve at National 5 and National 6 level? And that's not to discriminate against vocation and academic, it's just that we don't seem to be getting enough young people with disadvantages through that senior phase actually getting National 5s. It's an improvement in National 5s, but in National 6 we don't have much traction, and we're below the national average and we're below our family groups. So commendation on the progress, but I'd like to see what the positive, a more granular look at positive destinations, and what does the, what we're looking for, participation mean. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jameson. I think in terms of the granular outlook, that would maybe sit within the actual committee rather than the overall mid-term review. But Jim, do you want to come in terms of that comment around positive destination?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councillor Jameson. I think you're absolutely right in terms of the fact that this is a very useful piece of evidence. It's effectively a proxy piece of data that gathers together a lot of other outcome measures, and we know that is very indicative of the overall success of the system. It's not necessarily as useful in terms of a diagnostic tool, but I take your point absolutely that if we can, we need to look at it at that granular level, and I take Chair's guidance that should come to the committee. In terms of your specific question in relation to the annual participation measure, which is what it's formally called, and I'm reading here from the SDS site, it's about whether 16 to 19-year-old children, young people, are in education, training and employment. And I can happily get you the more detailed version of that if that's supportive. In terms of both that and the positive destination figure, they're both data sets that are managed by Skills Development Scotland. I do have sight of more detailed breakdown, but because of a number of issues, not least GDPR, it can be problematic to then start publishing that breakdown. And it's not our data set, actually. So what it helps me to do is to look at things like curriculum models, and certainly that informed, for example, the work we did around the aligned timetable, to see that actually it's beneficial, not just for numbers of subjects, but also to make sure that young people have the same set of options wherever possible across the piece. So there's quite a lot in this, but I'll certainly happily feed back to you one-to-one in terms of the use we can get out of the granular detail, and I'll be happy to bring that back to the Education Committee. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Jim, for that. I would just maybe say if there's information that you're able to share with all members, I think that's always quite helpful, and again, we can capture that as part of the action. Thank you. Councillor Wilson, you're next, please.
Thanks. I'm just waiting on Jim getting back to his seat, and then I'm going to ask a question on education. So it's just on page 70 regarding closing the attainment gap, and it reads, while the gap has widened in 23-24, our performance remains ahead of Scotland overall, showing that our efforts to support equity in education are making a difference. That reads to me that if it's widened, it's got worse. I'm just looking for a bit of clarity on that statement, please. Thank you.
I think that, I don't know if that's in terms of the way the report has been written, but I'll turn to officers. Who's best to answer that one, please?
I'm being supported here. I think it's exactly what you said, Councillor, that the raw data says, yes, the gap's got wider, but the truth is that's still better than the comparator figure. That's not saying that's a good position. That's not what, I think that's not what's being claimed, but I take your point absolutely.
Thank you for that. Councillor Stitt, you're next, please, and then I've got Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks very much, Convener. It's page 82 of the paper. Just looking at both the charts, from the figures for 23-24 are high in both, but there's substantial dips in 24-25. In the first part of the chart is 10,080, and the second one it's 54,000, 23-24 down to 7,976, and 24-25. Is there any reason for such?
Thank you, Councillor. Just turn to officers. Heather, are you able to come in? Thanks.
No, sorry, I was just checking there. No, we don't have the figures are from within our own services, though, so we can certainly get some narrative around that to support it.
So another action to follow up out with, so we'll capture that. Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, please.
Thank you, Convener. Just on page 73, the proportion of adults satisfied with local schools has declined by over 8%, but it doesn't actually give us the figure. So that 8% can be a very small number, or it can be quite a significant amount, and we're not really provided with that data. It's obviously concerning that there is a drop, especially in comparison to the Scottish average, but can we just have a bit more feedback on that, please? Sorry, Jim, I've made you sit down and get up again. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Jim, I'll come to yourself, please. Or Heather, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, I think I'll pick that one up. So the data source for that one is local government benchmarking framework, and it uses the Scottish Householder Survey. So again, like the street cleanliness one, it's the perceptions of, and you're probably right, it'll be a small number of people that get the Householder Survey. Having been a resident here all my life, the Householder Survey's never landed on my doorstep to complete. So, you know, it will be a very small percentage, and it is a perception indicator, so it's not necessarily either a parent that has a child at the school, it is the community's perception, but a small number of the community's perception. So that's why sitting alongside the LGBF indicators, it is important to have satisfaction indicators within our own services, actually of service users, which is something that education do.
Do you wish to come back, Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, I'm really sorry, Convener. Just to comment on that, as you say, it would be much more beneficial to have that local data there as well, because if this is just adults, we don't know what the actual parents within the schools are thinking and what their perception is. But also, the one thing that's missing is actually the children's satisfaction in their school. So I find that's quite odd that, you know, we have so much engagement for youth, but within that local benchmarking framework and the survey that comes through, we actually don't ask the children themselves what their opinion is. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think we can obviously take on that comment. And Jim, do you have any comments back in terms of how we engage with our young people and their satisfaction?
Thank you both. Yeah, I agree. I guess we're dealing with a data set that again isn't ours in its construction, so I'm happy to say yes. I would always want to understand what young people feel about their experiences in schools. We do. I mean, obviously we have a number of vehicles that we use in Dumfries and Galloway Council. We've had the 10,000 voices if we start at the very top, but at every school we do have different mechanisms, from pupil council forums and so forth, where we do capture young people's thoughts and opinions about their education. Thanks.
Thank you, members. I don't see any other hands up. Oh, sorry, Councillor Dempster, your hand's up, please.
Thanks, Convener. I wasn't going to raise this, but I can't help myself. In this document, when we talk about travel connectivity and infrastructure on page 45, it says sustainable travel in the region contributes to net zero. It doesn't my word, because there are no buses running. So we're certainly contributing to net zero. And on page 59, it says public transport is improving with better reliability and user experience. That's not the case in my word. I'll say no more today, and I don't expect a response, Convener, but I'm certainly not happy. And the report doesn't reflect the circumstances that my constituents are experiencing. Thank you.
Thank you. We will certainly note those for the record. So thank you, Councillor Dempster. So if there's no other questions on the report in front of us, we'll just turn to the recommendations. So we're being asked to note the measurement framework for the Council Plan for 23 to 28 and the outcomes as agreed by full Council on the 27th of March. We are being asked to consider, which I believe we have done, the mid-term review of the impact and delivery of the Council Plan, and also consider, number 3, how this information can inform future delivery plans and actions, and to note that subject to the consideration of 2.2 and 2.3, this mid-term review will be published on the Council website as part of our public performance reporting requirements. So are members happy to note 1 and 4 and consider 2 and 3? Thank you, members. Moving on to item 9, this is the Chief Officer Recruitment Report. At the meeting of full Council on the 26th of June 25, it was agreed that an independent review should be held into past procedures of Chief Officer recruitment, with the review being brought back to full Council in December 2025. Elected members are asked to consider and approve the proposed scope and approach to the commissioning of this independent review. Lorna Mahan, our Executive Director for Enabling and Customer Service, and Don Roberts, our Chief Executive, are here to assist members with any questions on this report. So I will open out to members. Councillor Johnson and then Councillor Wilson, please.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. When I first looked at this report, Obviously, recommendation 2.1, and then subsequently on page 54, 4.6. And 4.6, it's in quotation marks that an investigative review should be undertaken into past processes of chief officer recruitment. Well, when I look back at the minute, it actually doesn't say past processes of chief officer recruitment, it just says past processes. Because my recollection of that particular meeting was that a discussion moved subsequently on to other aspects which are mentioned in the potential scope, which was the contractual arrangements, and in particular interest in the processes, oversight, decision and communication in relation to departures of chief officers. So I was wondering why that decision of full council that's been quoted in here has been changed from the one that is actually on the minute. And the next thing is, I think it's quite important at the moment that this is actually coming up, given that a letter that was sent out by the Accounts Commission on the 8th of September to leaders emphasising issues that have arisen in Glasgow and how that perhaps applies to us. They mentioned the 9 key principles of public life in Scotland, and one of them is accountability and openness. The next part of concern is that exit packages we should have clear evidence of effective governance, independent scrutiny and value for money, as well as robust and transparent record keeping. So I think it is crucial in this review going forward that we take cognizance of this and make sure that it gets the importance that it deserves. And if we remember rightly as well, when the previous chair of Employment and Appeals looked at the process, they basically established the actual recruitment process was reasonably robust. And we've subsequently made some changes to improve that. So that's all welcome. But I'm a bit concerned that the minute disagrees with what's here, and I'm worried that we're not going to take full account of this Accounts Commission letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Just before I bring in Officer, I'm just looking, my internet seems to have dropped off my laptop, and I'm just seeing in the chat, Councillor Wood has made a comment that he's been able to access the Supplement 8, so in the previous item, and I just want to reassure members that that has been addressed as well. So just to capture that off in terms of the meeting. In terms of your comments on the minutes, etc., and what's in the report, I'll maybe come to Vlad first of all in terms of that. Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, happy to look into the minute, but I think more importantly, I think what you confirmed is that the substantive part of it is encompassed within the kind of bullet point. In terms of the other piece, absolutely, we've received that letter, and I've asked for the overall team to put a paper forward for audit risk and scrutiny, in particular in regards to the various actions and requirements that the Accounts Commission is obviously pointing out that we should all look at. So there will be a paper for audit risk and scrutiny, which I think will complement the overall process that has been identified by members. So we'll bring that to hopefully the next Audit Risk and Scrutiny Committee.
Can I just come back in, Convener, because I do think this is an important part of this independent review, and it needs to be at the centre of it, because this is a concerning issue going forward. So I really would like to make sure that this is at the centre of this review going forward. Thank you. Oh, and apart from it, no, wait a minute. I've just thought of something else now that you mentioned it. I actually had to go and search out this letter. It's on the Accounts Commission website. Now, it was sent out. Why did elected members not have sight of this?
I'll bring the Chief Exec in terms of that. I'll just maybe make a comment as well. We're being asked to, there was a report due to come back. Appreciate the letter from the Audit Scotland and Accounts Commission that has come in, and I appreciate they may well be linked, but they are separate issues, and certainly we didn't have that when we agreed the scope previously, but absolutely take on point your comments there, and as Vlad has outlined, we will get a full report to Audit Risk and Scrutiny on that matter. In terms of how that letter was shared, I'll maybe turn to the Chief Executive.
Thank you, Convener. Just to confirm that the Leader and I did receive that letter from the Accounts Commission, and it has been shared with all group leaders for onward distribution. So it wasn't sent to all members, it was shared with all 7 group leaders for onward sharing. And just to confirm, I requested that report goes to audit, risk and scrutiny, because it's really important that there is full and transparent consideration of the issues that are raised within that. And I think it's really important that members have full visibility around that matter. And it does link with this item. And, you know, I'll ask Lorna to perhaps reflect on how that can work in parallel, because I think it's really important, given the correspondence from the Accounts Commission, that moves in parallel with this piece of work. Perhaps ask Lorna to reflect on how the matters raised by the Accounts Commission could be reflected in this review. Thank you.
Lorna, I'll come to you, please.
Thank you, Convener. Councillor Johnson, that quotation is my error in the report, and actually in paragraph 3.1 the decision of Council is set out. So I would reassure you that the scope presented isn't limited to recruitment, and it does cover other things. And I hope you would recognise that in the paper that's presented. In terms of the Accounts Commission letter, the Accounts Commission Chair's letter, and colleagues have confirmed there is a report coming to Audit, Risk and Scrutiny, I think it is absolutely relevant to an independent reviewer, both in terms of the requests from the Chair of the Accounts Commission, but also any responses and discussion in Audit, Risk and Scrutiny. So if members are agreeable, then I would suggest an addition to the scope to take account of that information in that letter in the review and the feedback to members.
Does that help, Councillor Johnson, with the assurance that we've got that added action?
Yeah, that helps, as long as it's explicitly mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wilson, I'll come to yourself, please.
Thanks, Convener, and I agree with what Councillor Johnston said. And we are actually here today to agree the scope, so I'm sure we can feed in anything that we think is relevant today. But firstly, I'd like to thank you for this report. I think it's important that we see it here today to ensure that all members are happy with it. And further thank you for allowing me to feed into the scope on behalf of my group, all of which has been captured and makes up the bulk of the scope being proposed, I would say. I was happy to support Councillor Crothers at the Dunefield Council, where he moved to seek an independent review into past processes. And we all know that it was due to the information that came to light during the piece of work he was undertaken as agreed at the December 2024 meeting following the departure of a senior officer. During that piece of work, some things came to light that not all members were aware of. I myself, through an FOI, became aware of non-disclosure agreements being made, in fact 3 in the last 3 years. I'll be corrected that these are settlement agreements, however, I personally like to call a spade a spade. I do therefore believe that the scope of this investigation needs to be widened to include the exit process of staff. Although non-disclosure agreements are used in a number of circumstances, as far as I'm aware, they have not been used in this council until very recently, and certainly not in the departure of senior officers. There is no elected member oversight of their use, and their use is not contained in any agreed HR process, including disciplinary and performance-related policies. And there is also no clear delegation to senior officers to enter into non-disclosure agreements. That is why I'll be formally moving that the scope is widened to include the exit process. The last council undertook an extensive investigation following the Trunk Road contract. The findings of that review were clear that key decisions should be taken by elected members. It was also clear in that review that just because a delegation is given to officers doesn't mean an officer should use the delegation to make a key decision that should have elected member oversight. By widening the scope, this point can be fully investigated. At 4.7, it mentions interviewing staff. I would request that members are also interviewed, perhaps all group leaders. While there are things we clearly cannot comment on, such as contractual arrangements, there are other things we most definitely can comment on. And lastly, I'm going to address the elephant in the room, because there does appear to be a breakdown of relationships between some members and senior officers. This has been talked about by staff and the public alike, and I would hope following this review there will be learning and recommendations to full council which will help support transparency and build trust, because we all should be working well together for the betterment of our communities. So I would move that we agree that the scope of the review is extended to include the exit process of senior officers from the council, and that members are interviewed as part of the review process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'll maybe turn to Lorna. Obviously, we are being asked to agree the scope of that, and there's 2 additional points that you have raised. I would just maybe turn to Lorna to, first of all ask, is the exit strategy part of that at all currently? And can we include the members? I'm also conscious of the timeframes around this in order to get it back to our December full council, but I'll turn to the Executive Director to respond. Thank you.
So in response to Councillor Wilson's point, the final bullet point really maybe doesn't use the same language, but does talk about departure. So I'm happy if members and members' hands really, if that has to be more explicitly described as exit from the organisation. So I think the intention is the same, but if it's to be made more explicit around that. And obviously again in members' hands around members being participants in the review, which I'm sure some members would wish to take the opportunity to do so. So I wasn't presumptuous as to commit members to that, but if that's what members wish to have within the review, then I would add that, and I think that would be supportive of the approach taken so far. In terms of the timing, convener, you mentioned, I think it will depend on the independent reviewer's assessment of the work to be done and the time taken to do that, but my understanding from elected members is they want this done thoroughly, and that will be the overriding concern for the work.
Thank you, Lorna. Councillor Wilson, do you want to come back, please?
Thanks, Lorna. Maybe as just making it more explicit, please, in scope. And I think with timings, I think you've said in the past it is about getting it right. So I think that's more important than making sure it's back for a specific date. Thank you.
Thank you. And perhaps we can utilise the fact that we do have a leaders panel, of which maybe some of this detail can be shared with in the final timings of that. And if there is going to be a delay, we can let members know. I appreciate the comments about doing a thorough piece of work rather than just a quick piece of work. So if members are content with that, certainly as convener can ensure that that's captured as part of the actions going forward. But Councillor Dryburgh, you've got your hand up. I'll come to yourself next, please.
Yes, thanks very much, convener. And I would agree with what Councillor Malcolm Johnson and Councillor Wilson's actually said in their piece. And as you've said, if you're willing to take that forward, I was going to formally second that motion to include the departure or exit process, depending on who you're talking to. So happy to second that.
Thank you, Councillor Dryburgh. I mean, I don't know if we need to formally have a motion that's proposed and seconded, but we've certainly captured that. But Councillor Wilson, I'll maybe turn to you as the raiser of that.
And are we happy to include that members will also be interviewed as well as staff? Because that was my only other concern. Thank you.
Yep, I'm seeing nods from the director and from across the chamber that's happy to ensure that that's captured. Okay, thank you, members. I'm not seeing any other hands up to speak on this one. So with that, we'll move to the recommendations. So we are noting the arrangements for the commissioning of the independent review of the past processes and agreeing the scope of the reviewed process or proposed set out in paragraph 4.6, and explicitly noting the use of the exit strategies and interviews and members' involvement as well. So we will capture those. And, yeah, apologies, Councillor Johnson, your comments in terms of the Accounts Commission. So, absolutely. Thank you, members. Moving on to item 10. This is the Member Officer Working Group on School Mothballing update. This report presents elected members with progress on the development of procedures for school mothballing through the Member Officer Working Group, their current status, and seeks full Council's consideration of next steps, as the Working Group has not been able to reach consensus on these. Members are also provided with an update on the deferred consultation on the draft school mothballing policy and the Scottish Government reviewed guidance. I've got Jonathan here, who is our Head of Education Resources, and he's here to assist members with any questions on the report. So I will turn to members if you've got any questions. I'm not seeing any across the chamber. I'm conscious that we are being asked to consider what next steps should be for the development of the procedures. Councillor Stevenson, I'll come to yourself.
Thank you. I'll come in and speak just as the chair of the mothballing group. We've been round the houses on the mothballing group, I think, and one of the issues that we've now come up against is obviously the Scottish Government are now wanting to do their own review. One of the issues with that is that there is now no timescale, and I would be extremely concerned for us to send out a mothballing policy, even if we did agree on it, to consultation that then might change within a good couple of months, or whenever it is that the Scottish Government decide that they're going to get this together. Part of that is because if we put out a mothballing policy and we agree on it, and then it changes in a couple of months, it's deeply unfair for the communities that have been subjected to one mothballing policy when in actual fact it might change. Now, I appreciate that we've been asked to send motions in before, but unfortunately, due to the timings of the papers coming out, I've not been able to do that. But what I would like to move is, sorry, I'm just going to get it up, we pause the work until the national guidance is reviewed and then decide on the next steps when this is received and its impact is understood. So that's 2.3. At 2.4, we agree that the leader of the Council writes to the Scottish Government requesting that the Scottish Government acknowledge the difficulty facing rural councils experience decline in pupil rolls, and that the review of the statutory guidance on mothballing is given a clear timeline as soon as is possible. And this council also requests that the Scottish Government takes evidence from all rural councils with reviewing the statutory guidance. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So certainly 2.3, you're proposing the third bullet point in relation to 4.9. So there's one additional recommendation that you wish to put forward. I would maybe ask and appreciate the timing of it, absolutely. And we can certainly take our time to look at that and consider that. Is it possible for you to email that wording to Tracy so we can get that circulated? And we'll maybe just take a brief recess to look at that. But before we do so, I see Councillor McGregor would like to come in. So I'll come to yourself, Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Convener. Just very much to concur with Paula's way forward. I think it's absolutely appropriate that we pause for now, and I'd be very happy to second her motion.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, I'll come to yourself, and then Councillor Jameson I've got.
I was just going to say exactly what Councillor McGregor said, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jameson, I'll come to yourself.
I'm broadly in agreement, but I would make the point that this short-term working group has 18 months. And as Paula said, they've been around the houses for 18 months, so I think asking the Scottish Government to speed up their response is a wee bit... I quite agree with it, but I think the terms of the short-term working group has not really been effective as we speak. But I do agree that we need to we need this to get moved forward, and also the mothballing is part of a tranche of policy areas and recommendations and procedures that will ultimately follow the statutory consultation, which is another step that could be taken without mothballing. But in broad terms, I agree.
Thank you. I'd just take first-time speakers, if I may, before we go to a short recess, as I say, just to clarify the scope of the letter that you wish to be sent. But Councillor Dennerley, I'll come to yourself, please.
Thank you, Convener. I would just like to, again, follow up with what Councillor Stevenson just said, that the challenge with the mothballing policy has been there. And in Ward 3 area, there's been a number of issues with schools and with the community, and it's been a very frustrating period of time for everybody with the multiple delays. It's not fair for the community, it's not fair for parents, children, it's having an adverse effect. And so Scottish Government create a policy that maybe is somewhat aligned with what we're thinking, then we need to consider that, and I agree with the motion submitted by Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Councillor Dennerley. So before we take just a short 10-minute recess, I'll come back to yourself, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just for clarity for Councillor Jimison, some of the issues within the mothballing working group has actually come from the guidance that we currently have available from the Scottish Government. It's not very clear. It does mix up consultation and engagement, and that's actually been deeply unhelpful. So that's where we need the Scottish Government to then relook at their guidance, because that, and we aren't the only council that are grappling with this just now. So we do need that support from the government. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So it's 11:35. If we take a short recess till 11:45, just so we can consider the additional recommendation. Thank you. Thank you, members, and thank you for sending around the additional recommendations. So I'll just ensure that everybody's taken their seat and we can recommence the meeting. Thank you, everyone. So we have got the recommendations before us. There were various questions, and I see that Councillor Wood, you're wanting to come in and speak. So I'll come to yourself, and then I'm going to come to Councillor Little.
Thank you, Chair. It's really just, I have no issue with most of it, apart from 2.3, where it calls for a pause of all work. And I would like, except for critical maintenance, put in there, because a lot of our rural schools are needing maintenance, especially as we're heading into winter. And I wouldn't like that to be delayed just because we're waiting on the Scottish Government.
Thank you. I mean, in terms of the protocol, I'm not sure if that's captured as part of what's being proposed, but I'll come to John Finn just to confirm. I do also just want to check, noting at the start, has Councillor Karen Carruthers been able to join the meeting again? She is in here, thank you. Apologies, Karen, if there was issues on that one, just to ensure that we're as inclusive as possible. But John, I'll come to yourself and then
Sorry,
Karen.
Chair, can I just come in?
Yep.
Thank you. Thanks for checking on that. Yeah, this is causing quite a problem for me. So it is. I completely missed what the last speaker said there. So if this can be sorted as soon as possible.
Yeah, no, thank you. So, Councillor Wood, I don't want to speak on behalf of you, but I will just maybe capture what I think you were asking, is that if we are looking to pause all work, that doesn't include all essential maintenance. Is that correct? And I'll come to Jonathan.
Yes, you've captured it correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. John, I'll come to yourself, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, absolutely. I think the reference in the document, in the paper for full council today, is in reference to the work of the member officer working group, not the work in terms of maintaining the school estate. That will be maintained as is current. Thank you.
That's great, and good to get that reassurance as well, so thank you. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Convener. I have no issue at all with the 2.4, but I'd just like a little bit of clarity and ask if our officers have been involved in any way at all with the Scottish Government review to date.
John, I'll come back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for that question. I have absolutely been at the forefront of pushing myself forward to be involved in that national working group led by Scottish Government. Unfortunately, the first meeting was actually during a period of annual leave. It was the start of the school summer holidays. There is another meeting scheduled in the next couple of weeks, and again, I've tried very hard to make sure my diary is available so that we are involved as part of that. We actually, through our ADES network, we're ensuring that we've got a good range of colleagues across a variety of local authorities who are impacted by the sudden falling school rolls and the necessity to put in procedures such as mothballing or indeed statutory consultation and school closure. So we're certainly part of a wider group, but Dumfries and Galloway certainly have got a voice at the table. Thank you.
Do you want to come back, Councillor Little?
Yes, please, if that's okay. And some of the things in 2.4, have these been raised in any of these discussions already about our rural schools, etc.?
So again, unfortunately, I have requested on more than one occasion for notes and minutes of the meeting that was taking place on the 17th of July. They have not been forthcoming yet, but I continue to ask for those in preparation for the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just maybe turn to yourself, John. I know what ADES is, but just for clarity and transparency, do you want to just confirm what ADES is, just for members of the public in case they're not aware of what that acronym is?
Apologies. It's the Association of Directors for Education for Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got the leader looking to come in next, please.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, so I mean, no issue with this at all, and just hearing what Jonathan's had to say about, I suppose, some of the issues and making sure we're properly around the table. I would say that this is totally in line with what I've been trying to push for at COSLA in terms of recognising the need for rural impact assessments similar to the islands, because I think in all matters of national policy we need to push hard to make sure that rural areas like Dumfries and Galloway are getting properly factored into the impact of potential national policy to recognise the challenges in rural areas. So very happy to do this, and it's completely in line with what we're representing at COSLA.
Thank you, Leader. So I don't see any other members looking to speak. Obviously, we'll move to the recommendation, which is to note recommendation 1 and 2. We were to consider 3, which is part of the proposal put forward, and all members agree to the 3rd bullet point as captured in the wording there. So if we're happy to consider and agree that, and then agree additional item in terms of the 4th one there, and that has been circulated, and we'll capture that going forward. So are members happy to note, consider and agree those recommendations? Yep. Thank you, members. Item 11 is the review of the Dumfries and Galloway NHS Board and Local Authority Integration Scheme. Elected members are asked to consider and approve a draft, revised and updated Health and Social Care Integration Scheme at Appendix 2. This follows a request by Dumfries and Galloway Health Board, NHS Dumfries and Galloway, to undertake a review of proposals for a change to the integration scheme. The timeline for the next steps in the process is also provided as Appendix 3, and I've got Lorna Meehan, who is our Executive Director for Enabling Customer Services, here to assist members with any questions on the report. So I shall open out to any questions, comments. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Convener. Just a wee point of clarity here on page 91. Voting membership of the IGB at 3.2, we discuss the Integration Joint Board members appointed by the party shall hold office for a period not exceeding 3 years. Then the next sentence, at the end of the term of office determined, a member may be reappointed for a further term of office. So I suppose what I'm looking for is just a bit more clarity on that and what that would look like. Does that then mean in 3 years' time it's got to come back to the council? And because you can't hold office for more than 3 years, but then you can be elected again, can you then be elected after that and almost be on for 9 years? You know, it's not very explicit in what it's actually saying. And I know there's not a huge queue of people wanting to participate on the IGB, but, you know, that this is for future-proofing. So what exactly is it we're trying to say here? Thank you.
Thank you. Lorna, are you able to provide some clarity, please?
Yes. Just to confirm, Councillor Stevenson, this is the existing scheme, so there's no changes, so that's pre-existing. My understanding would be that it would be a matter for the council to decide who the appointments are, and therefore every 3 years could reconfirm that. You know, so that would be a matter for the council itself to decide in that period.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dorward, I've got your hand up next, please.
Thank you, Convener. And it is commenting here because we have been encouraged to scrutinise and discuss this, the papers in front of us. And I think that encourages greater discussion and debate in the Chamber. So as a group, we have no issues with the recommendations as they stand. We very much welcome the report and understand why the initial scheme of integration was unique in the areas agreed for joint working. This aspirational objective does not now fit in with Scottish Government plans for the regionalisation of aspects of health, service provision and consequent even IGB oversight. So we're happy with the new scheme of delegated responsibilities at 4.2.2 page 64, and we believe it will benefit both the Council, the NHS and other stakeholders going forward, including the third sector, who are a really important part of this process, enabling a greater focus on collaborative work, which has its focus on community interventions, with an ambitious overarching objective, I'm going to say this again, of early intervention and prevention. So it's there. At 4.2.3 on page 64, we have no issue with reducing the voting membership to reflect a closer fit with 10% of the local authority, which sits at now 43, which equals 4.
Can I ask you just maybe to slow down slightly? I'm just conscious for the interpreters. You are speaking
Not a
very
problem.
fast. Apologies for interrupting.
Do you want me to go back? Or, yep, that's okay, no problem. So, where was I? Right. Local authority 43, which equals 4. I would ask of colleagues, however, that they if they have agreed to sit on the IGB, they commit to that role and ensure that attendance also reflects that local authority commitment of 10%. As a group, we consider it vital that local authority representation is maximised as agreed, to carry out essential oversight and scrutiny and address the key aspect of integration, which is intended to shift the focus from what worked for organisations to what works for individuals who require health and social care services. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I would just also add, it was remiss of me not to say at the start, I was asked by a member if everybody could slightly speak up, because I think a couple of people in the chamber are struggling to hear in terms of speaking into the microphones. I'll maybe just turn to Lorna just for any comment back on those. But Lorna, is there any comments you want to make?
No, thank you, Convener.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ferguson, I'll come to yourself next, please.
Thanks very much, Convener. Just a question, 4.4.4 on the budget situation. It's saying there that information will be shared with elected members by senior officers as soon as available. Can we get any indication of when that will be available? Will it, for example, will it be available before we get into budget setting time? Or just to give us some sort of timescales when that's got to be at our disposal?
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Lorna?
I can't give an exact timescale, but obviously the implementation date, if members were so minded and the Health Board are so minded to proceed, is targeted as the 1st of April next year, both to provide a clean start for a new financial year, which will make it easier for accounting and other purposes, as well as planning for the changes. The Health Board will have to have agreed with the IGB the set aside by that time, so members of the IGB will have discussions directly with the NHS Board around the set aside process, and indeed the quantum of the set aside as it's discussed, which is the amount of money the NHS will give to the IGB for the delegated services. So I would anticipate it will be within that period, but I don't have a specific date, Councillor Ferguson, but it's certainly something that we would be encouraging the Chief Officer from the IGB to correspond and share with members directly, as well as the formal process with the IGB itself.
Thank you, Lorna. I think, can I just check, would that also be reported through budget panel in terms of sort of timelines as well?
Certainly we would be able to highlight to members that information. It's obviously NHS budget to the IGB for the delegated services for health. So it would be information that members would want to be aware of, but certainly having to provide it both through budget panel but also through the enhanced report at Social Work Committee. I think it would be important for members to have that awareness too.
Thank you very much. Hopefully that addresses that comment, Councillor Ferguson.
Not really, Convener. There's if I can just come back for 2 seconds, to talk about the set-aside budget, which is not the current position with the NHS budget in IGB. So the set-aside budget would have a major effect on any potential budget requirements. If this is actually agreed by Scottish ministers, and that's an if, isn't it? Okay, so we've not been in the habit in the last 8 years. We've talked about set-aside budget. Other IGBs do, because we have had the whole of the acute sector included in the IGB. So if the whole of the acute sector is not going to be included in the IGB, they're only going to set aside some of that function, some of those functions as required by law, which is a big difference. We would need to know what the knock-on effect is then going to be at care at home, for example, and how we were going to take that forward. So that would be a major consideration for us in February at budget setting, knowing if this was going to change in April. That's where I'm coming from. And obviously, I know Lorna and them will be working on that. I think members need to know that as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. I think we can absolutely capture that concern and look at that going forward, absolutely. I don't see any other members wishing to speak, so if we're happy to move to the recommendations, we are being asked to approve the draft revised and updated Health and Social Care Integration Scheme provided at Appendix 2, We're also being asked to approve the publication of this draft scheme on the Council's website for a period of 1 month, and we're asked to note that following the period of 1 month from the publication on the public website of both the Council and NHS Dumfries and Galloway, that a final draft document will be submitted in the first instance to the Council for approval on the 11th of December, and the final draft document will then be submitted to Scottish Government to seek ministerial approval. So are we happy to approve 1 and 2 and note 3? Thank you, members. Moving on to item 12, this report is in relation to Dumfries Town Board. And this report provides members with an update on the Dumfries Town Board and requests agreement for the process of the appointment of all future chairs. I've got Nicola Hill, who is our Economic Development Officer, and Stuart McMillan, our Interim Head of Economy and Environment, available on Microsoft Teams to assist members with any questions. So I shall open out the floor to members. I'm not seeing any members with questions, so members are happy. We can go straight to the recommendation, which is to note the appointment of the acting chair on the Dumfries Town Board, agree the process that will be undertaken to appoint a new chair on the Dumfries Town Board as set out in sections 4.7 to 4.9, agree to delegate this appointment and any future appointment of the Dumfries Town Board Chair to the role of Nithsdale Area Committee, and agree to delegate all future reporting on the Plan for Neighbourhoods programme to the Nithsdale Area Committee. Are members happy to note 1 and agree 2, 3 and 4? Thank you, members. Item 13 is our first notice of motion, recognising and take action on the A75 diversionary routes. Before moving to the detail of the report, given its subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegation from Economy and Infrastructure Committee so we can discuss it? Are members happy to agree? Yes. Thank you. So members are asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Richard Marsh and seconded by Councillor David Ingalls, and the notice of motion is attached at the appendix to the report. Further to this, I also have Karen Brownlee and Mike Brumwell, our team leader from road maintenance. Karen's on leave, so I've got Lisa here, and they'll be able to assist any members' questions. But first of all, I will come to Councillor Marsh and Ingalls to propose and second your motion, after which I shall invite contributions. Councillor Marsh, over to yourself.
Thank you, Convener. And also, good morning, members. 1 second, I'm just... Yep, 1 second. Yeah, prior to introducing the Navanti group motion this afternoon, I just wanted to highlight a slight amendment to bullet point 3 on page 7 of the paper. I have emailed this to Vlad this afternoon to allow it to be disseminated to all members. I don't know if that would need to be done prior to me continuing my preamble.
I think if you go ahead, you've got 5 minutes to propose your motion. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you, Convener. And good afternoon, members. All elected members in this chamber will be well aware of the strategic importance of the A75 trunk road, which runs 95 miles from Gretna in the east to Stranraer in the west of our region. It is the main arterial route connecting mainland UK to Northern Ireland and Europe beyond via the ferry ports at Cairnryan. As such, the A75 carries huge volumes of ferry traffic, including some of the heaviest HGV traffic in the country. However, when the A75 is closed, whether due to resurfacing, maintenance or an accident, that heavy traffic does not just disappear. It diverts onto our local road networks. These rural roads were never designed to accommodate this type of usage. The impact is immediate and severe, with road surfaces breaking up, potholes multiplying, verges collapsing, and our local communities having to bear the brunt of excessive noise, disruption and safety concerns. There are standard incident diversion routes in place in an agreement between Transport Scotland and Dumfries and Galloway Council. This agreement should see some of our A road network being utilised for diverted traffic. However, this is completely unenforceable. And let's be honest, we all know that heavy ferry traffic, including the very large, heavily laden HGVs, will not stick to these longer, more time-consuming diversionary routes when a quicker alternative exists. Instead, they'll use whatever B road they think will get them there the fastest. Every time that happens, additional damage is being done to our rural road network at local taxpayers' expense. Thus, this Navanti Group motion asks for 4 simple things. Firstly, to seek member agreement to write to Transport Scotland requesting they support this council with a financial contribution towards the repair and maintenance of all the currently agreed diversionary routes. Secondly, to request a report from Transport Scotland on the frequency and duration of A75 closures in the last 2 years, noting the usage of our agreed diversionary routes to allow us to see exactly how much of a burden our rural road network is having to endure. Thirdly, this motion asks our council to take full recognition of the additional damage being caused when the A75 closures result in large volumes of heavy traffic, including ferry traffic, timber transport, agricultural vehicles and other heavy vehicles using unofficial diversionary routes, and as such agrees to carry out inspection of the affected vicinity immediately following a closure to the A75, with any major repairs identified on these roads being given priority. That third bullet point was the one which I've sent to Vlad this afternoon. Lastly, this Navanti Group motion requests that the council leader writes to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport to highlight the disproportionate burden being placed on our region's rural roads and to ask for urgent consideration for funding support to cover the additional costs faced by this council. I am aware, after discussion with Lisa, our director, that bullet point 3 would undermine the adopted risk-based approach to prioritising repairs in line with national guidance, as is highlighted in 4.7 of the paper. However, I would hope with additional member contribution and comment today within the debate, we can reach a consensus to take this proposal forward. Thank you, members, and I hope I can count on your support for approval this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh. I'll come to yourself. Councillor Ingalls, please.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, the motion is extremely well put and detailed, so I'm not going to go back over any points. I think the impact that diversionary routes have on rural towns and villages needs to be acknowledged and awareness risen amongst our communities and also councillors, so I'm happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ingalls. So I've got a number of people wishing to speak to the notice of motion. So I'll maybe run through those. Obviously, there is an amendment and there is potential implications on our existing policy. So what we'll do, as we've done similarly, is once we've had the debate, we'll pause for a recess so members can consider the new wording that has been attached on screen and circulated to all members via email, which Tracy will do also. So first of all, let me come to Councillor Dryburgh, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Convener. There's a point of clarification in section 4 of the report at 4.2. The trunk roads network across Dumfries consisting of the A74M, the A75, the A76 and the A77 and the A701. There seems to be one missing here, which is the A7, and I know that Councillor Mail and I have had some correspondence from locals about the detours that people take when, for instance, Skipper's Bridge is out on that particular thing. So I think if, you know, we need to make sure we've got the fullest of information here, and these networks are also managed by Transport Scotland through their contractors. But I'd like to understand why the A7 has not been included in 4.2.
So I think that's a direct question to yourself, Councillor Marsh.
Thank you,
Apologies, apologies as part of the report. I'll turn to Lisa. Apologies, Councillor Marsh.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, and yeah, thank you for spotting that error. There's actually two missing. I'm advised there's the A7 and the A751, so happy to include both of those within it.
Thank you for that, Lisa. Apologies again, members. So hopefully that answers your question, Councillor Dryber, and that will be reflected in the report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, I'll come to yourself, please.
Thanks, Convener. We all know that the A75 is a lifeline for Dumfries and Galloway, a strategic Euro route carrying huge volumes of HGV and ferry traffic in a report by Swerco. In collaboration with Dumfries and Galloway, South Ayrshire and Mid East and Antrim Borough Councils, the A75 carries around 2/3 of all freight traffic between Northern Ireland and Great Britain, which is estimated to equate to the movement of approximately £46 million worth of goods per day. I would like to propose the following amendment: that the Council recognises that the A75 is a critical strategic route but is too narrow to allow single lane closures without causing severe disruption, and that this structural limitation has not been addressed by the Scottish Government through adequate investment. Our first amendment makes that clear. The A75 is too narrow to allow single lane closures without causing chaos. This isn't about poor planning during works. It's a structural limitation that has never been addressed, and the failure lies squarely with the lack of investment from the Scottish Government. I've got a second amendment as well. Shall I carry on? The Council notes that the current proposals do not address the root cause of the problem, and therefore instructs the Leader to write to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, demanding a fully funded programme for the A75 widening and resilience improvements. The original motion asks us to write letters and request reports. That might look busy, but it doesn't solve the problem. It doesn't stop the damage to our local roads or the disruption to our communities. My amendment replaces those 4 points with one clear demand: instruct the Council Leader to call for a fully funded programme to widen and upgrade the A75. That's the only real solution. I've got a third amendment. For years we've heard, the third amendment is: Council further notes that despite repeated commitments, the Scottish Government has failed to deliver meaningful upgrades to the A75, leaving Dumfries and Galloway disproportionately impacted by trunk road closures. For years we've heard promises of upgrades, yet here we are still debating diversion routes instead of celebrating completed improvements. Dumfries and Galloway is carrying a disproportionate burden. Our economy, our safety and our communities are paying for the price for inaction. I would like to remind the Councillor that it was the previous Conservative UK Government who committed £8 million in 2023 through the Union Connectivity Development Fund to support the design and assessment work for bypassing Springholm and Crockett Ford on the A75. I have a fourth amendment. The Council calls for an urgent strategic review of the A75 by Transport Scotland, including options for dual carriageway sections, improved diversionary planning and a clear timeline for investment. And even if funding is agreed, we need a plan. That's why the final amendment calls for an urgent strategic review by Transport Scotland, including dual carriageway options, better diversion planning and a clear timeline for delivery. Without this, we'll be having the same debate in 5 years' time. This is not about showboarding, it's about being honest and ambitious. The A75 is not just a local road, it's a national and international route. Let's stop tinkering at the edges and start demanding the investment and planning our region deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davies. I'll just pause briefly and just check if you have a seconder, and then I'll come back to my list of speakers. So have you got a formal seconder for your amendments?
Yes, convener.
Thank you, Councillor McCammon. So I've got a range of speakers. What I intend to do is take those speakers. I'm also aware that lunch is here, and that is a substantive amendment. So I would ask if you can send a copy of that to Tracy so it can be circulated for all members. I would then perhaps propose that we take an hour for lunch, treat it as a working lunch so that we can fully consider that, have lunch, and then come back to the debate to have, well, find an agreement and a way forward in terms of this notice of motion. But I'll return to my list of speakers. So the next one that I've got is Councillor Dempster. Thank you.
Thanks, convener. You'll not be surprised to learn that I don't particularly support this motion because it excludes all other transport or trunk roads in the region. Not many weeks ago I did state a committee that the A76 was the third busiest road in the region, and I was reminded by Councillor Ferguson that it was wrong. It's actually the second busiest road in the region. And any road closure, and there was one just last week in Carron Bridge where the road was completely closed. The diversionary route is 80 miles long, going through 3 regions, because as far as I understand matters, AME on behalf of Transport Scotland will only use A-class roads as diversionary routes. So it goes from Cumnock to Douglas in South Lanarkshire, East Ayrshire, then on to the M74 in South Lanarkshire before coming back through Dumfries and Galloway through Delvine Pass. So I'm not surprised folk use B-class roads. And yes, they are very, very busy. And yes, they're in very, very poor condition, but that's no unique to the A75. I'm sure you will be interested, but I've held a full driving licence for 60 years. And in the B740 and the B797, there have been no change whatsoever to the configuration of that road in the last 60 years. Currently, we have 2 land slips, no fixed in the B740, 3 in the B797, and we're still awaiting a solution. So if there's investment in the B-class roads proposed, it should be across the whole of the region and not exclusively on the A75, because there are many challenges for motorists across the region. It's no unique to the A75. In fact, there are very few years I don't travel the A76 to this committee, and I've done so for 26 years, when there's no been a set of traffic lights on the A76 disrupting traffic flow, and that's currently the case as I sit here today, members. As far as the policy well-maintained highways, if the Avanti group or the alternative motion proposes to review that, I'd be happy. If there's a proposal to review our approach to how we deal with diversion measures, I'd be happy with that. I would be keen on an attempt to review matters, but as far as this particular motion goes, it doesn't go far enough. It doesn't conclude or include the folk that I represent in my ward, and I certainly don't support it in its current format. Thank you, convener.
Thank you, Councillor Dempster, and I think this is why we need to take our time so that we can, find a consensus as a council and a way forward today. So I've got Councillor Dorward next, and then I've got a number of speakers following. So I'll just run through where I'm at. So I've got the leader looking to come in afterwards. Then I've got Councillor Wilson, Councillor Gusty, and Councillor Dashburn, noting that Councillor McCammon is not wishing to come in. Thanks.
Thank you, convener. Just a reminder that, and it's not a major criticism, it's just that we did put in a motion in March this year about fair funding for roads, which I understand was trailed at COSLA and trailed with Scottish Government. It would be useful to find out where that is, because that would resolve some of the issues that we're actually talking about here. Totally respect the Avanti Group's motion in terms of seeking more funding. We've already asked for more funding via that motion, so I would suggest we want to get some feedback on that one. It would be really useful. It actually benefits the whole of Dumfries and Galloway and other rural regions across Scotland, so it's even wider than that. So that would be really useful to get that information back in the first instance as a suggestion. And whilst I totally respect my colleague, Councillor Davis, in terms of talking about doing more with the A75-77, the Council already has a lobbying group that's respectfully that's addressing that, which has cross-party membership. So I suggest maybe feed that into that group to do its job, if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dorward. Leader, Councillor Thompson, I'll come to yourself next, please.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. Very supportive of the spirit of the motion as presented, but I do think it should include all trunk roads, really, if it's going to be for the region. And I think the focus is more on the impact on our local authority roads when there's closures to the trunk roads. So clearly there's a knock-on effect that maybe isn't captured in the same way as the lobby group. And I do think Councillor Dorward makes the right point in that we already have a position where we're trying to secure that funding through COSLA, through other channels. So it would seem to be duplicating what we're already trying to do in that way, and that's an agreed council lobbying position. So in terms of the focus on this particular motion, I think it could be strengthened, I think, to capture the likes of what Councillor Dempster's put in, as in not just the A75, but it should apply really in principle to all the trunk routes in the region. And I think the other thing I would add would be, or seek clarity on, was I appreciate there's an amended bullet point 3, and now there's more to consider, which we'll be able to do over lunch. But just in terms of the part of the report that says this would go against their own policy, I would probably seek probably a word from some of the experts in the room to sort of find out how could that part of it be made to still fit with policy, but recognise, subject to that additional funding from AME or Transport Scotland for the impact it has on our rural routes, how would we go about resourcing and doing that in a way that doesn't knacker our own policies, basically. So I'd welcome that if that's possible through yourself, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. So I'll maybe turn to Lisa just in terms of that response, and then we'll come back to members' comments, and then if there's a final response from the Director, I'll maybe come back to yourself, Lisa. But just on that specific point, please.
Thank you, Convener. So members adopted in early 2024 the risk-based approach to assessing and maintaining our roads. And that allowed both for the national recommendations to be taken on board in terms of how we prioritise assessments of routes and repairs of routes, but it also allowed us to apply local nuances to that prioritisation of the network. Now, you know, we don't have everybody here today that was involved in that process. I wasn't working for the authority either at that point, but my understanding is that those diversionary routes, the fact that they are diversionary routes was taken into consideration as part of that process. What I could perhaps suggest to ensure that we don't undermine our existing policies that have been agreed is that we bring a report back to a future E&I committee that outlines how they were assessed previously, and officers could perhaps make some recommendations for how, if members agreed, we could apply some more local nuances, but that are relevant to the region, because I think at the moment we run a risk of focusing resource on this area without recognising the unintended consequence on other areas that are considered a priority on that risk-based approach, which will then open us up potentially to not being consistent in our approach and challenge from local residents and road users. So I could suggest that we bring back some recommendations to a future committee as to how we can ensure that those local nuances are taken into consideration.
Thanks for that. I suppose it's really more to assist whatever we end up agreeing to do today, and I'm certainly happy to write, because it's totally consistent again with recognising the impact on rural areas, that we need more support for our networks, etc. Again, it's been followed up through COSLA, and I think Councillor Dorward was still waiting on a response back about the progress in terms of what we're hearing back about that, so that might be helpful as well for considerations. But yeah, I think if we're just asking for a report back, I don't know how much that would change bullet point 3, so maybe there's a bit of wording there that would allow it to be at least competent and deliverable. But again, that's over to the Novanti group or the other groups who have put forward things as well. So I think, yeah.
Thank you, Leader. So I wasn't necessarily suggesting a report just for noting, but I think that if officers can go away, understand and remind themselves of how the prioritisation was made last time in terms of local nuances, and officers may be able to make recommendations as to how we can apply some more of those local nuances, which may be able to take in greater consideration the concerns raised in the motion, but that ensures compliance with policy. That would be my suggestion.
Thank you for the suggestion there. So, I mean, I appreciate we've got a notice of motion, we've got a couple of amendments, we've got suggestions from the Executive Director. So it is going to be a busy lunch for group leaders to try and come together. But I'll come next to Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Convener. I was actually just coming in to say something similar to the Leader, and I totally agree with Councillor Dempster. So I won't repeat that, but I'm just going to use this opportunity to ask about the signage on the A75 when there is a diversion, because Councillor Dodd's going to start laughing in a minute. We were away to the Champions Board at Lochcane, I think it's in the last couple of months, and we went round and round in circles for 2 hours. Well, Councillor Dodd was swearing their heat off, and I was killing myself laughing because we got lost because the diversion wasn't clear. So I'm just wondering if I can just feed that in, and that could be addressed. Thank you. On the signage, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Certainly Lochcane is beautiful, and perhaps you even ended up on the Raiders Road in the Galloway Forest Park, but, you know, I appreciate the comments. I appreciate the comments on diversionary route signage. Councillor Gusty, I'm going to come to yourself next, please.
Thanks, Convener. There'll be no surprise that I support the motion. I think it's generally a good motion. I think that the Navante Group would be willing to extend it, though, to the whole region, to all of our A routes. I'm pretty sure there's no problem with that. I think that we need to be pretty clear with what we're asking here, which is these diversions do attract, well, these non-official diversions do attract traffic, and it is heavy traffic and it is damaging them. And that's what we need to be clear about. We've got the lobby group already looking to improve the road. I think that's where we need to leave that work and that piece of work to be done. There's a specific function there to push that agenda. This is pushing a different agenda, which is, in the meantime, we need to make sure that what we've got isn't being hammered by what's happening. And that's all I've got to add to that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Gusty. So I'm not seeing, and I'll just double check, but I'm not seeing any other members. I see Councillor Dashper, you've withdrawn in terms of that, but yes, Councillor Dempster.
It was just a throwaway line, Convener, and I wouldn't want to miss the opportunity to tell members that the motion of A75 talks about through traffic. We've one of the biggest employers, private employers in Dumfries and Galloway with Brown Foods with over 500 employees. They need to get their goods to market because they're perishable, and the B740 is critical to their getting to the motorway, because an 80-mile round journey with the time vehicles take to travel, with the 8 mile to the gallon fuel consumption they have, it's a challenge to them. So we need to ensure if we do consider the impact and how we assess, that we take great care in ensuring we protect and support local businesses, especially those that are working in areas of high deprivation, and that's certainly the case with Brown Foods in Galloway. And thanks for your time, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Dempster. So, as I say, Councillor Ingalls, do you wish to come back in?
Yeah, thank you, Convener. Just a quick point, interesting debate. I take Councillor Dempster's point. The focus on this motion is around diversionary routes. It's nothing to do with A75 or the dualling of the A75 or the widening of the A75. It's about diversionary routes and the cost to our council to upgrade or to repair those diversionary routes when heavy goods vehicles use them, when they can't use the main A75, 76, whatever roads it may be. And I think we're in danger of losing that focus. The focus is around the diversionary routes and how we maintain and repair them. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Ingalls. I'll maybe just turn back to the Executive Director, just if there's any final comments on there before we take a recess for lunch. But Lisa, is there anything else that you wanted to come back in on some of those comments?
Thank you, Convener. Obviously, I outlined the challenge with this not necessarily aligning with our current policy. There are a couple of things that I think members should take into consideration if they're intended to support this motion as well, which is that if we are to deploy staff to inspect those routes that are closed immediately after a closure, there may be some unintended consequences in terms of our staff trying to inspect what is a busy route. So it could cause further delays for people travelling. But actually, there is no existing resource available to simply deploy them. So they'll either be taken off other work, or there will be additional cost depending on the days and times that occurs. And you know, I couldn't give you a cost for that currently, but I think it's important to be aware of that additional cost that could be incurred.
Thank you, Lisa. Councillor McCammon, I see you wish to come in, so please come on in.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. Yeah, just a comment really on David Ingles' last comment there. I mean, if the A75 was widened, there'd be no need for diversions. So it's a bit of a strange comment to make. So, like I say, I second Councillor Davis' amendment and strongly do so. Thanks.
Thank you very much, members. So it is 12:30. As I said earlier, lunch has arrived. We've got a range of amendments to the original notice of motion and the additional full recommendation. There's also advice from the Executive Director to consider going forward. So can I suggest that we take an hour, we get some lunch, and that there is discussion across the groupings across council, that we can come together. If we do need to take a further recess after that point to try and find a collaborative way, or not, that we do so if members are content. So I'll just look for support from members, but Councillor Johnston, you're looking to come in.
No, it's just I'm sitting listening to the debate, and you know, from what Councillor Ingalls said, I fully understand the fact that, you know, we're basically taking a hit for our rural roads being damaged as diversionary routes. But is there any means of taking forward a similar procedure that we have with the timber haulage routes for diversionary routes?
I think that's one that maybe would need to be considered going forward. I'm not sure that we've got a response, but again, I would maybe turn to the Executive Director to ask Lisa if we're aware of such, or Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. That essentially is what we have with SIDRs. With I think the difference we're talking about here is the SIDRs are approved to be used for incidents, emergencies, and I think, you know, that the thing to understand is that is not authorised by anybody other than, you know, that's the police, that's the fire brigade, that's the emergency services who make the decision the road must be closed. In those instances, these agreed routes, which have been agreed by all the parties a long time ago, and they're being reviewed, they are implemented. Prior to that, the police divert the traffic wherever they see fit, wherever they have the capability within their resources on site to be able to do it. For planned works, and you know, there are requirements under legislation that they must consult with local authorities, with us, to get an approval for use of our roads as diversion. And during planned works, we can insist on specific signs being put up and things like that. I think that's where we need more communication, more cooperation from Transport Scotland, Amy Highways, Bayer, the operators, and you know, with regards to what signs they put out under those works.
I'll maybe just show my ignorance, but again, for clarity and transparency, can you confirm what an SIDR is, just for members of the public and those members in the chamber who might not know, including myself?
Standard Incident Diversion Route.
Perfect, thank you. So perhaps more for us to consider as we look at amendments going forward. So if members are in agreement, it's 12:35 just now. If we reconvene at 1:35, and hopefully we can come with a cohesive way going forward. Thank you, members. Thank you, members, and I hope you had an enjoyable lunch. So just to confirm, an amended motion from Councillor Marsh has been circulated. I say, Councillor Marsh, you wish to come in, but my intention was to take 10 minutes for members to actually have a chance to read that. But is there anything else that you want to say at this point before we take another recess for 10 minutes?
But thank you, Convener. No, I'm happy to go with that extra 10 minutes and I'll come back in at that point if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, members. So we'll adjourn until 1:45. Thank you. Thank you, members. So hopefully everybody has had a chance to review the amended motion that has been circulated to all. I'll maybe just invite Councillor Marsh to speak to the amendments, if that's helpful, Councillor Marsh. And if there's any sort of final comments, we've obviously got a motion and we've got an amendment on the table, so we will move to the vote on that one. But Councillor Marsh.
Thank you, Convener. Yep. As you can see in front of you all, this is the amended motion put forward with a slight change to the wording in the second sentence of the first bullet point to include contributing to resource or finance. Bullet point 2 would remain the same. Under bullet point 3, this has been rewritten to take into cognizance the risk-based approach and current policy. Hopefully that would also now meet most members' agreement. And it's bullet point 4 on Tracy's amended motion. Thanks to Councillor Howie, we now have the addition of the request to Amy to man the diversionary routes because, as he quite correctly stated, it's failure of drivers to adhere to the previously agreed routes that is causing the issue here. I feel that with this new amended motion, we can go forward more succinctly and clearly. I just felt that the amendments put forward by Councillor Davis were deflecting away from the main focus of our motion. As Councillor Dorward had stated previously before lunch, we already have member-agreed mechanisms in place, like the A75 lobbying group, which can campaign for works and upgrades on the A75. So I would feel far more comfortable sticking with the amended motion that you now see in front of you. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh. I've got the leader looking to come in. So, Stephen, I'll come to you.
Thanks, Convener, and thanks, Councillor Marsh, for providing the update. The only one thing I would say is, I mean, I have no particular issue with what's in front of us, and it's fine for us to ask and make those requests where appropriate, but I was hoping it could be explicitly including all trunk roads, because I think it's still, I appreciate your focus is on the A75, but if you're prepared as movers and seconders to include that, I think it would be to the benefit of the whole region, and I would suspect more members would be happier to support that. Is that something you could take into account?
I'll come to yourself, Councillor Marsh.
Thank you, Convener. Through you, absolutely, Councillor Thompson. Yep, the motion was for the entire region as a whole. So yes, more than happy to accept that. Thank you.
So that would amend the motion to capture that, so not just the A75. So I'm just looking to see if there's any other questions or comments, in which case I'll maybe just turn to Vlad to outline the vote that we'll go to next, please.
Thank you, Convener. Just to confirm that we've got the motion that's proposed by Councillor Marsh and seconded by Councillor Ingalls, with a slight amendment to that last version that was circulated, just simply to include all trunk roads and the roads within that. In terms of the amendment, which is proposed by Councillor Davis.
Point of process, Convener.
Yes, Councillor Dryburgh.
Thanks very much, Convener. You've given, and quite rightly so, Councillor Marsh the opportunity to do a response to the change in the amendment to the motion, but we haven't given the amenders, Councillor Davis, to the chance to do that.
Yep, I'll just come to that in a second. I'm just going to get Vlad to outline and then we'll come to final summing up from each. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. And the amendment is proposed by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor McCammon, and that's as per circulated original version from Councillor Davis.
Thank you. So in terms of final summing up, I'll just check with Vlad. Am I correct to go to the amendment first and then the motion? Or is it motion and then amendment in terms of summing up.
Thank you, Convener. And I take the point in terms of process. I think ultimately, just to give an opportunity to the amender, obviously Councillor Marsh has had an opportunity already. I would suggest that just in terms of fairness, in terms of process.
Thanks, Vlad. Convener. Obviously, the amendments that I put in earlier, I just feel that it's important that locals see that there is a commitment from cross-parties across the council, and that's why I want to stick to my original amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis, and I apologise if I'd missed you that opportunity. Thank you. Okay, members, so if we move straight to the vote, please.
Thank you, Convener. We'll bring up the roll call as usual. Okay, we'll start with yourself, Convener.
Motion, please.
Deputy Convener.
Motion.
Councillor Beretti.
Motion.
Councillor Blake.
Amendment.
Councillor Blake, just to confirm your vote.
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Brodie.
Amendment.
Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor John Campbell.
Motion, please.
Councillor Karen Carruthers.
Motion.
Councillor Ben Dashmer.
Motion.
Councillor Davis.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Dempster.
Motion.
Councillor Dennerley.
Motion.
Councillor Dorward.
Motion, please.
Councillor Dryborough.
Motion.
Councillor Drysdale.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Ferguson.
Motion.
Councillor Giusti.
Motion.
I think that was motion. Just confirm that.
Yeah, that's motion.
Councillor Howie.
Motion.
Councillor Ingalls.
Motion.
Councillor Jameson.
Motion.
Councillor Maureen Johnson.
Amendment.
Councillor Jordan.
Motion, please.
Councillor Little.
Motion.
Councillor Lowe.
Motion, please.
Councillor McGregor.
Amendment, please.
Councillor McCammon.
Amendment, thanks.
Councillor McFarlane.
Motion, thanks.
Councillor Mayo.
Motion.
Councillor Marsh.
Motion, please.
Councillor Slater.
Motion.
Councillor Stevenson.
Motion, please.
Councillor Stitt.
Motion.
Councillor Walters.
Motion, please.
Councillor Wilson.
Motion, please.
Councillor Wood.
Motion.
Councillor Young.
Motion.
Okay, as members will see, the motion is carried 29-7.
Thank you, Vlad. So just to confirm the recommendations, we did withdraw delegation from economy and infrastructure, and we have agreed the motion. So thank you for that. Item 14, we're moving on to our next notice of motion, which is provision, monitoring and reviewing of self-directed support by Dumfries and Galloway Council. And before moving to the detail of this report, given the subject matter, can we first agree to remove delegation from Social Work Services Committee so that we can discuss it? Are members happy to withdraw delegation? Thank you. So, members are asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Linda Dorward and seconded by Councillor Caroline Wilson. The notice of motion is attached at the appendix to the report. I've got Stephen Morgan, our Service Director for Social Work Services, and he is here to assist members with any questions. So, Councillors Dorward and Wilson, please propose and second your motion, after which I shall invite contributions and questions from other members. Thank you.
Many thanks, Convener. So, set out in the report from Social Work Services attached to the motion, the Social Care Self-Directed Support Scotland Act, bit of a mouthful, 2013, was implemented on the 1st of April 2014, and it aims to provide individuals with more autonomy in managing their care and support, and has an established framework that allows people to choose how their support is arranged, promoting independence and dignity in the process of receiving care. Well, that's the objective. 4 options are provided for eligible individuals to access self-directed support, and Dumfries and Galloway Council, principally through Social Work Services, are responsible to ensure they work collaboratively with that person, taking steps to understand what outcomes matter most to that person regarding self-directed support. Specifically in this motion, we want to focus on option 1, which involves an individual employing others to provide a service, but noting that there are no formal mechanisms legislatively in place to regulate the provision of service an individual may choose, unlike, for example, care and residential home provision, which is monitored by the Care Inspectorate on behalf of the state. There is no requirement for services paid for via self-directed support to be registered, and no requirement to vet or monitor same, as outlined at 4.5 and 4.10 of the report. This, if taken to its ultimate conclusion, could leave some individuals, often without the ability to object to service delivery, being potentially open to exploitation and a degree of entrapment regarding their ability to move on to employ an alternative service or to a more positive destination, such as paid employment. This is concerning, particularly when vulnerable individuals, often without the ability to do so, have to challenge their life circumstances via an individual complaint to the Council or the Ombudsman. That is their only recourse. I would bet very few individuals have raised complaints since the inception of the Act via this process, and I probably should have asked that question as well, but missed an opportunity there. It's concerning that while social work services make the payments to those using option 1 to employ others to provide a service, there is no list kept of individual personnel assistants that people employ, and no mention of a list of organisations in receipt of self-directed support monies via option 1, which had been asked for by this motion. Now, from a purely fiscal perspective, I would suggest this is not how we should be monitoring the spend of taxpayers' money. At a minimum, we should be asking where does the money go and what is it enabling or not. There may also be a safeguarding issue to consider. I do accept, however, there is no requirement via legislation to do so. It is noted that for all options, reviews should be conducted within a maximum period of 12 months, but also noted at 4.4 in the report, reviews of a person's support plan should be conducted when there is a significant change or triggered by a request. But I pose the question, how would social work services know if a significant change has happened if there is no way of monitoring service provision? At 4.8, it states some people may have had more than one review, and others who were defined as stable may not have had a review. If we don't have any way of providing oversight or monitoring of service provision regarding those employed under option 1, or keep no lists of individual personnel assistants who may be providing the service, or a list of organisations in receipt of self-directed care monies, how do we know if things or they are stable? Via this motion, we have sought to bring to Council's attention the alarming gaps in measuring, monitoring and reviewing service provision under self-directed care support that could lead to the exploitation of a vulnerable group of people with additional needs who choose to utilise option 1 for self-directed support. These gaps have been clarified by the report provided by Social Work Services. To summarise, Dumfries and Galloway does not keep a list of individual personal assistants that people employ, and no mention of a list of organisations in receipt of self-directed support monies via option 1. And Scottish Government have not built into the legislation any requirement to monitor the service or provide national regulation or oversight as the Care Inspectorate do for other vulnerable groups. We have already stated, Council, recognises gaps in the Act's provision regarding the viewing and monitoring of self-directed support, and as such proposed, given the additional information provided in this report, it's incumbent on us to move that the Council Leader writes the Scottish Government requesting an urgent review of the Social Care Self-Directed Support Even Scotland Act 2013 to include mandatory provision of monitoring for personal assistance and service providers paid via self-directed support option 1 and option 4 by councils, mandatory provision of state oversight regulation of said service provision via self-directed support for options 1 and 4 as per the Care Inspectorate model, and 2, as best practice, Dumfries and Galloway Council adopts a register of personal assistance and service providers in relation to self-directed support paid under option 1 and option 4, adopts a process to ensure said service providers are regularly monitored, and ensures all support plans are reviewed at a maximum interval of 12 months, stability notwithstanding. Thank you.
I don't have anything to add, so I'm just happy to second. Thank you.
Thank you both. So can I just confirm, Councillor Dorward, are you wanting to amend your motion already? Can you circulate that to Tracy so we can get that?
Yep.
I'll maybe just pause there if there's any comments or questions from anyone, and we will have to take another recess. What I would say, just in terms of best practice, when members are submitting a notice of motion, I'm conscious that both movers of both notices of motions have amended their motions after publication, and I would just ask for future that members are doing their due diligence as best they possibly can before submitting a notice of motion, so that we don't end up in this position going forward. But Councillor Dorward.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate that providing the fullest information to members, but we had to have the information first before we could make the amendment and actually distill the information. We didn't have it, so we couldn't make an amendment without the information, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Councillor Dorward. And without to prolong this, I would just remind all members, not specific to this, but all members have access to an elected member inquiry system. So if any member is not receiving information that's being requested, that needs to be highlighted to governance for future. So I would just pause there and just check if there's any members who wish to come in and ask questions or comments at this point. If not, we shall move straight to the recess, and I'll just need to confirm how long we're going to need for that one. But any members wishing to come in at this point? Nope. Okay, if you give me 1 second. So once we get that, we will circulate it. If we just pause briefly just now for 15 minutes, it's 3 minutes past 2, let's call it 17 minutes, and come back at 2:20, and hopefully we'll get that circulated as soon as possible. Thank you. Thank you, members, and apologies for the slight delay in coming back to you. So we have got the additional recommendations circulated to all members. What I would maybe just open with is the first point is in fact a lobbying position, and certainly I have no issues with that one. The point 2 is asking for an adoption of the Register of Personal Assistants and thereafter, and I'll just turn to the Chief Social Worker just to get comments on that proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, from a legal perspective, the Council has no locus in relation to the relationship between the employer and the employed person or the supported person and their personal assistant. In terms of best practice, we could ask that people submit their details to us, either from an employee or an employer perspective, but it would be down to their goodwill whether or not they actually present us with that information. In all likelihood, we would end up with an incomplete list, and the value of that would potentially be compromised. It could also add an additional burden for the cared for person in terms of the processes that we expect them to follow in doing something in addition to becoming an employer. The second element to this is the regular monitoring of the said providers. These tend to be almost exclusively individual people who are employed on a one-to-one basis. And again, we have no legal locus, but 2, we wouldn't have the capacity within the service to take on such a role. It's not a role that local authorities have. I do acknowledge there's a gap nationally in relation to these people not being inspected and regulated in the same way as other services, but it isn't something that we could readily do. The third point, ensuring all support plans are reviewed at a maximum of 12 months. That is something we do aspire to do, but because of capacity reasons, it is difficult for us to do so. If we started to monitor personal assistance, it would further hinder our ability to review some of the vulnerable people. So, in short, there are some risks associated to point 2 of the motion.
Thank you, Stephen. I'll maybe just come back to the mover of the motion before I come back as to whether I deem this competent or not, but I will come back to yourself, Councillor Dorward, if you've got any further comments you wish to make.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Stephen, for your points. Take them on board. I think happy with point 1, the bullet points. In terms of what you've said, I think it's extremely unfortunate, but totally accept your perspective that you have no locus there, that the council has no locus there. And I think that's if we can sort point 1 out, there might be a difference there in point 2, and I think that's probably where we need to start. So it's about building things slowly. So I accept that. I think it's really sad that we can't do that locally because they're our people, but we are where we are with that. So I think point 2, we can happily, well not happily, but given what you said, capacity issues, legal locus issues, it would be impossible to try and make that as an aspiration potentially for the future as opposed to something we can do just now. So I think happy to stick to point 1 and write to Scottish Government in terms of the issues we've picked up. Thank you.
Thank you for that one. So we're just to confirm for all members, we have got the additional recommendations circulated, but it's only point 1 that we're taking forward today on the back of advice from officers. So thank you very much for that, Councillor Dorward. Are there any other comments or questions from the Chamber, or are members happy to move to the recommendations? Nope. Okay, so we will, excuse me, Councillor McFarlane, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Really just to ask the Chief Social Work Officer, the issue that's been raised here is a question of looking after the care of the elderly in relation to SDS. And I would ask, is the Chief Social Worker aware of any issues that have arisen locally in, say, the last 5 years or so, or has there been anything highlighted nationally? The delivery of SDS1 has generated a risk to individuals that would cause us to change our processes at this point. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McFarlane. Stephen.
Thank you, Convener and Councillor McFarlane. From a local perspective, we haven't received any complaints, concerns or queries in relation to the safety of individuals because of the employment of personal assistants. I think there have been, isolated incidents in other areas of Scotland I've worked in previously, but there are processes in place, and just for the Chamber's awareness, even though we don't monitor the individuals who provide the care, we do monitor the way the money's spent, and that's done rigorously, and any anomalies in relation to what's spent using a prepaid card is picked up by our own staff, picked up through our auditors and reported to committee as well. So there's been nothing significant that would suggest that our cared for people under the Social Care Self-Directed Sport Scotland Act, which is a mouthful, are vulnerable because of this.
Thank you. Hopefully that confirms your question or your answer there, Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you.
I've got Councillor Ferguson looking to come in as well, and then Councillor Dorward. I'll come back to yourself.
Thanks for letting me in.
I'll take Councillor Ferguson first and then come back. Thanks.
Okay, sorry, thanks very much, Convener, for letting me in. Just to ask the Chief Social Worker, if there was a problem, would it be covered under the Protection of Vulnerable Adults legislation? So there is already, if that's a yes, then I would suggest there's legislation in place to protect those people who, and it's not just older people, it's there's a significant number of over 16-year-olds with learning disabilities, for example, physical disabilities, who actually access this service. So, so the basic question to Stephen is, would any abuse be covered under the Protection of Vulnerable Adults legislation?
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Stephen?
Thanks again, Convener. Councillor Ferguson. So there are several pieces of legislation that safeguard people. The first one is the Social Care Act itself. In relation to anything that's inappropriate, we stop the payment immediately, and we would provide the care to the person as opposed to them choosing to do so themselves. If there's specific harm that's happened to the individual, whether that be financial, physical, emotional, etc., we would use the Adult Support and Protection Act. And if somebody loses capacity partway through the process, we would use the Adults with Incapacity Act, and sometimes all three at once. It's quite a convoluted picture, but several safeguards are in place.
Thank you, Stephen. Hopefully that answers your query, Councillor Ferguson.
Can I just come back in, Convener? I think it was important actually that the social worker was allowed to get that information across for any of the members of the public who are listening to this, just to allay any fears they may have.
No, I appreciate the question, and thank you for the confirming that, Stephen. Councillor Dorward, you were looking to come back in, please.
Thanks, Convener. It was what Councillor McFarlane said about the cohort of individuals, but Councillor Ferguson actually answered the question for me by saying it's people with capacity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. So I don't have any other speakers. So if we can move to the recommendations, we've already agreed to withdraw the delegation from Social Work Service Committee, and we've considered the term of the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Dorward and seconded by Councillor Wilson, with the additional 1 point from the amendment that was tabled. So are members happy to agree? Thank you, everyone. So we shall now proceed on to item 16A, which is the urgent item of business as advised at the start of our meeting today. Members are asked to consider the notice of motion proposed by Councillor Davy Stitt and seconded by Councillor Caroline Wilson, and the notice of motion is attached at the appendix to the report. I've got Stuart McMillan, Interim Head of Economy and Environment, and Mark Malloy, Young People's Manager, who are available to assist members with any questions. Councillor Stitt and Wilson, please propose and second your motion, after which I shall invite contributions and questions from other members. Thank you.
Thanks, Convener. Thanks very much for accepting my late motion. I think my motion is self-explanatory, but I think deeper down, when you look at bank closures, if all the closures go ahead by March next year, Dumfries and Galloway is only having 2 major banks of Scotland, Dumfries and Stranraer. I know other areas have been deeply affected with bank closures. But if Castle Douglas goes, it only leaves one bank in the Stuartry, and that is the Royal Bank of Scotland, King Street, Castle Douglas. And if all stories are right, I don't think it'll last much longer either. But just as a local thing, in Bilbetty, we've no banks. We've only got a post office for ATMs. Kirkcudbright have got a banking hub. Castle Douglas at present has got the one bank that will be left. It's all right, banks coming up with saying footfalls falling in digital banking, but unless you're young and you're IT-minded, and my Labour group members will tell me I'm not IT-minded, I think older people are being discriminated against. Especially, a personal thing, my wife's registered blind. She can't do nothing. She's got to go into an ATM and she actually needs assistance sometimes and I'm not there for her to help her. I think the banks, I think at times, just wield the big arts and they don't give, excuse the French, two hoots about the public. I think it's serious and now, if we don't write to them, I know probably they'll turn around and refuse it, but I think they've got to start respecting the community, whether it's for Langham to Stranraer, we're a rural community and they're denying us a lot of banking services. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. I'm happy to second this motion. As we all know, these closures primarily impact rural communities, the elderly and businesses who rely on face-to-face services and cash deposit facilities. And I'll keep it local as well, Davy. But there's the Bank of Scotland is closing in Moffat. That means that people have to travel 21 miles to the nearest bank, which, given the issues that we're having with the buses just now, is not easy. And Age Scotland have been really supportive with Evelyn Atkins, who's done a power of work within the community and even had a petition up at the Scottish Parliament yesterday. So, yeah, happy to second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you both. So I've got a number of speakers looking to come in. I would just welcome the fact that we're noting that, there's been closures across the region. And, certainly within my own ward, that is the case. But, specifically the latest being Castle Douglas. But I've got Councillor Dempster coming in first, then I've got Councillor Lowe and then Councillor Drysdale.
Thanks very much, Convener. I welcome the motion brought forward by Councillor Stitt and Councillor Wilson. I wish we had maybe brought it forward earlier, given the impact that the closure of banks have been across the whole of Dumfries and Galloway. And we're kind of lucky in the respect that in Kilhome, Kirkconnell and Sanquhar, where there's the oldest post office working in the world, that we have access to limited services in post offices. But in Thornhill, there is only an outreach post office twice a week, and businesses will be very adversely affected if this closure in Thornhill, which is scheduled for November, is carried out. There will be a big impact, and it will be a negative impact on businesses and the wider Thornhill and District community. So, with respect to the mover and the seconder, I wouldn't mind adding a few words if they will accept that to their motion, and if no, I'll present an alternative motion that members might consider. And what I would want to add in the very last paragraph that the mover and seconder has put down, as well as the language they have used, at the end of their representation, I would want to add, and that where there are no alternative banking options in communities, while bank closures are planned, that we request that any proposed closures are not implemented until alternative banking options or provisions are put in place. Because there will be some communities with no options, and the furthest bank from Kirkconnell is 30 miles no matter which geographical direction you take. There is a significant impact on the communities, and Councillor Stitt's raised that. So if they would be kind enough to add these words, I'd be happy. If no, I'll put forward an alternative proposal, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Dempster. So I'll just pause there. I'm conscious that we've got people taking notes, and the mover and seconder is a direct request to them. I just want to check that you've got those words, and just so that we've got a clear way forward. I don't want to move forward without getting that assurance. And it's just whether we need to just take a pause. But I'll come to, well, the seconder of the motion's looking to speak.
Right. No, happy to include that. This motion was obviously written quite quickly, so happy to add Councillor Dempster's addition in. Thank you.
Many thanks to the mover and seconder, Convener. And if you want me to write that, I've got it written down. I can share it with governance at the end of the session.
What I'll maybe suggest, I know there's a number of people looking to speak, so, and, you know, this was a late notice of motion, so absolutely appreciate, you know, my comments on the last point that, you know, but obviously it's just been published, so whether we maybe just need to take 5 minutes at the end to ensure what we all know what we're agreeing to. But I will come to Councillor Lowe next, please.
Thank you, Convener. I completely agree with Councillor Dempster, and it would actually just strengthen something that I was also about to propose and add to it. So not everyone has access to or is confident with or trusts online banking, and face-to-face contact is important. As Councillor Stitt has raised, I'd like to raise for Dalbeattie residents who were moved to Castle Douglas branch that's now being threatened. This leaves one bank and one banking hub for 3 settlements of 12,000 people, plus the extended rural population in the whole of the Stewartry. 9 miles to Castle Douglas is more practical than 15 miles to Dumfries with a bus and a walk, or a drive, parking and a walk. I propose that we use writing a letter to ask for some additional requests that will support their local customers and rural banking across Dumfries and Galloway as a whole. And I have a couple of sentences to add, which I have got ready to send over, that support but actually strengthen this notice of motion, because we need to stand up for our rural communities. Thank you.
I'd maybe just ask Councillor Lowe, are you able to speak to those additional amendments? And then, as I say, we may well have to pause and ensure that we can actually capture them all, and then check with the mover and seconder whether they're happy to accept all the additional recommendations. But do you want to maybe just speak to those now before I bring in Councillor Drysdale?
Thank you, yeah, and it would be completely pertinent for Councillor Dempster to be added at the end because it would run on. So is to request that the Bank of Scotland will support any applications and involvement in banking hubs, not just in Castle Douglas if needed in the future, but over the whole region in communities where there are no banks left, and to request that the Bank of Scotland will continue to maintain and also increase services to our rural communities through their mobile banking service network where bank branches are being closed.
Thank you. So we now have 3 additional requests to be captured in that. I will come back to Councillor Dempster in 1 second.
It was a point of order in Councillor Lowe's proposal, Convener.
Well, which point of order, I think, is which standing order?
An observation.
An observation, okay.
I've written to the Bank of Scotland. They've discontinued mobile banking a year ago, so there's no mobile bank available from Bank of Scotland anywhere in our region, as far as I understand, because that was one of the proposals. I've been in quite considerable communication with Bank of Scotland over the last few months in relation to closures in my ward, and they don't have a mobile banking service.
Okay, thank you for that point of clarity. I'll come to Councillor Drysdale, please.
Thank you very much, Convener. And yes, I would concur with Councillor Dempster's points, which I can probably clarify a little bit further, but I'd like to make the following statement. So I have actually been in touch with the Group Corporate Public Affairs Director at Lloyds Banking. Now, this gentleman represents both the Bank of Scotland in Scotland and the UK, and obviously Lloyds as well. Now, he's replied directly to myself this morning with an updated response as to the concerns that those in our rural communities are expressing, in particular our elderly constituents, as has been alluded to, and those with learning difficulties, disabilities or special needs. And we've all been, speaking to all of these constituents this week due to the stress that's been involved. So in the meantime, I have got written assurance that the Bank of Scotland will investigate pleas for banking hubs, and encouragingly, MSP Finlay Carson is meeting Link again tomorrow to discuss and assess banking requirements. So whilst I support Councillor Stitt's motion and Councillor Dempster's and Councillor Lowe's additions, I do propose, Convener, and I don't know where we sit legislation-wise on this, that I would like to be given permission this afternoon to read the email from Lloyds Public Affairs Director, as we may need to consider an amendment, as unfortunately from this email, it does note that closure is a foregone conclusion, no matter how hard we might all try. So it's to ask yourself, Convener, and through governance, can I read this email, and if I am able to do that, after that, I'd like to propose an amendment that we write to both the CE at the Bank of Scotland and Link to request that they consider hubs, which the other three councillors have already mentioned, and therefore that would meet the requirements of our rural communities, and in particular those who are ageing or have special needs. The email actually mentions a number of points that we really need to consider before we submit any motions today. Thank you very much, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. So I don't propose that we should be reading out personal letters in a public meeting. However, I am going to pause potentially for a recess. I'm conscious we've got a couple of amendments, and obviously you've had direct correspondence. I know in the past I've had direct correspondence myself with SOCI in terms of Wigton and the request to be supported by Link for a banking hub. So there's a lot of action that's been taken forward. So I'd maybe propose if we stop, and I'll just...
Councillor Mayo.
Oh, apologies. Councillor Mayo, you are on my list. I'll come to you and then we'll maybe pause for a recess. But sorry, just Councillor Drysdale, just to finish off what I was saying, I wouldn't necessarily expect a letter to be read out. However, there's nothing, if you have permission to share that letter with elected members, you can forward that on to emails or forward it on to Tracy, who can circulate it to everybody in the committee today. But did you want to come back? And then I will come to yourself, Councillor Mayo.
Yeah, thanks very much, Convener. I take your points on board and see where you're coming from. I did speak to the... on 2 seconds. I did speak to the author of this particular email this morning, the Public Affairs Director at Lloyds. He has marked the email public, and I did ask if I could share it. As councillors and those listening into the meeting today, it just gives a lot more information as to what is being considered as alternatives, which is really important that we take on board. They are saying that the new PayPoint service, which will be, for example, at the two shops in Castle Douglas, the Co-op and the Spar, will be available. But I still feel that we need a hub, and therefore that's why I'm proposing the amendment, which would cover all of this. So if I could possibly, as you said, 10 minutes, I'll send this email to the Governance Officer, Tracy, if that's okay, and I'll also send the proposed amendment. Is that acceptable to yourself?
If you can forward that on, we will ensure that it gets passed round, and I will come to Councillor Mayo, but thank you for that, Councillor Drysdale. Councillor Mayo.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, just to say that we've just been through this process with the Bank of Scotland. No matter how hard we tried, there was no way it was going to change. And that has led to us also losing the only ATM we have in the town centre. But what they did do is they did put in a banking hub for a period of time, until such time as there was a full-time post office back in the town. And when the full-time post office came back in the town, which could handle the cash and things, they closed the part-time hub. As I say, I fully support what's been said, because it really is just happening. It's going to happen right across the country, and there's going to be nothing left. And I think we've really got to take every opportunity to fight this. Because for the elderly, the fact that now in Langham there is not an ATM in the town centre is an absolute disaster, because they can get money from the post office during the day, but at night time then there's just nowhere. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Mayo. So I don't see any other people wishing to speak. I'm actually going to, I said 10 minutes, but let's take 15 minutes. Can I just confirm, I'll confirm with Tracy if you've managed to capture Councillor Dempster's amendment, which was that single point. Councillor Lowe, have you forwarded the wording to Tracy, which she's confirming she has, and Councillor Drysdale, if you can also confirm to Tracy that those amendments, that would allow us to circulate all of those and allow the mover and seconder to consider those amendments, or whether you wish, through Councillor Drysdale, to propose an alternative. So if we pause there just now, it's 2:45, and if we come back at 3 o'clock, and we'll just pause the meeting there. Thank you, members. Thank you, members. So we've had a number of amendments proposed to the notice of motion as published. So I'll maybe just turn to the mover. I understand that there's the 3 points that have been captured and you're content to accept those. We don't have a final wording on the letter clearly, so that does need to be worked on. So I'll maybe just come back to speak to the mover of the motion just to get your confirmation that you're happy that those 3 amendments get incorporated.
Convener, I'm very happy to accept them, and I'd just like to thank the members who have spoke today in support of the motion, because I think it is vital for the public of Dumfries and Galloway. Thanks very much.
Thank you, and I'll bring the leader in, please.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. And just on having spoke just briefly there in the recess, I'm very happy as well to write, because this is a wider issue for rural areas, but I think in terms of writing to the Financial Conduct Authority or the relevant bodies in the UK that can help oversee and try and recognise the difficulties and challenges faced by rural areas in terms of banking provision, especially non-digital, and that would include the likes of Link if it's cash only, but also other banking services that we're obviously struggling with. So just to add a bit of weight to that as well. So happy to, if you're prepared to accept that as part of that, I feel it would maybe tackle a bigger problem region-wide and beyond. Thank you.
I'll just come to yourself, Councillor Sitt, and then Councillor Drysdale's looking to get back in.
Happy to accept what the leader stated there. Convener, thanks.
Thank you, and perhaps, and I'm in your hands, members, we maybe want to just get oversight of the final letter, maybe through group leaders, that everybody's content that, you know, all the individual comments have been captured in that final letter, which in effect is our lobbying position. But Councillor Drysdale, I'll come to yourself, please.
Thanks very much, Convener, and it was interesting to hear the leader's points that he's just made, because we are now hearing, which I think we all need to consider if we're going to do a joint push on this, which is very important for the whole region. So at the moment, our elderly need a bank account for their pensions as from November. At the moment, they can currently go into the post office, but if they only have a post office account for their pensions, they will then, after November, also need a bank account, which is even more of a reason that we need some sort of hub from the more prolific banks in the region in our rural areas. So I don't know, through yourself, Convener, if the leader can make sure, if he writes to the Financial Standards Authority and Link and the Bank of Scotland, to make sure that's included as part of the alarming situation we do find ourselves in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale, and perhaps rather than going through group leaders, the letter can be shared with those that have proposed the amendments to ensure that the amendments have been captured, including yourself, Councillor Drysdale. But I'll just maybe turn briefly to the leader, because there was a direct question to the leader to encapsulate your comments there.
Yeah, thanks, Convener, and thanks, Councillor Drysdale. I think, I'm happy to write to the best effect for the region. So I think the issue today is there's not a covering report, so there's maybe some facts or pieces of information that would help us be very accurate about where we have to write to. But I think if we can capture as much of that and allow officers to maybe bring together the best places to write to, which would include all those issues, all the ones that we've covered, I think, in terms of the individual banks, the Financial Conduct Authority, and if there's something that we've missed, then we can include that as well. So happy to accommodate that point, Councillor Drysdale, in the appropriate way possible, if that's helpful.
That's I think, very helpful going forward. So if members are content, we've considered the notice of motion before us, we've agreed to take forward that letter incorporating the 3 different lots of amendments, which will be shared with the movers of the amendments. I'll just confirm that the Council is happy on that and with the additional point raised by the leader. So are members content to agree that going forward? Thank you very much. So moving back to our published agenda, we'll move on to item 15, and this is our minutes for approval. So I'll just run through these. I hope you've all got a copy at the ready. So the first minute that I'm looking at is the Annan Common Goods Funds Subcommittee of the 20th of August.
Approved.
Please to second.
Thank you both. And then we've got the Civic Government Licensing Panel of the 7th of July.
Moved.
Second.
We've got the Civic Government Licensing Panel of the 11th of September.
Move.
Second.
We've got Dumfries Common Good Subcommittee of the 18th of June.
Move.
Second.
Local Review Body of the 11th of March 25.
Moved. Seconded.
Local Review Body of the 11th of June 25.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
Police, Fire and Rescue Subcommittee of the 11th of June.
Feeling that good today.
Councillor Blake, were you looking to move that one?
Yes, I have done 3 times. It's obviously not getting through to you.
No, thank you. We've got you now. Thank you. Councillor Beretti, are you able to second that one for us? The Police, Fire and Rescue Subcommittee of the 11th of June.
Sorry. Happy to second, yep.
Thank you. And finally, the Sanker Common Goods Fund Subcommittee of the 26th of August 25.
Happy to move, convener.
Happy to second.
Thank you, members. So item 16 is any other business deemed urgent by the chairperson due to a need for a decision. I have no further business requiring a decision, so thank you very much for your contributions today, and I shall close the meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Convener.